ready for a role that challenges and inspires you every day, we'd love to hear from you. Visit the Join Our Team page on scottautogroup.com to learn more. Scott Kia, driving dreams and lives forward by creating moments through professional and thoughtful service.
Autoimmune disease, difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
We're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at the William Penn Inn in Gwinnett, PA on Wednesday, November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, listen, you can have Philly fast, reliable internet when you switch to Fios. How do I know? I got a family at 5. Everyone's got a device. Trust me, it is reliable. It is fast. And for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You know how incredible that is. Get unlimited welcome for just $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And get this, I'm not done. You can add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. So here's the deal. You want Philly fast, reliable internet for the entire family? Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic and times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We are jam-packed with a ton of breaking news today. We'll bring it all to you. So we do have a personal story about, if you could just lower the music just for me, Justin, because we want to get right to this real personal story about a friend of ours, an American stranded in Jamaica, which of course was ravaged by Hurricane Melissa, leaving hundreds of thousands without power, dozens dead across the Caribbean. Our very own Pastor Bill Devlin, Reverend Devlin, a veteran of the Vietnam War, of course, Purple Heart recipient, who serves as the outreach pastor for Infinity Bible Church and runs the ministries Redeem Widows and Orphans, first arrived in Jamaica in late October and was actually there for, among other things, a pro-life Christian conference, and then officiated a wedding for a dear friend. And so within this time frame, unfortunately, this horrifying hurricane Melissa struck. He's now stranded there and joins us live. Good morning, Pastor Devlin. How are you?
Hey, Dawn, God bless you and Justin. Yeah, here in the eye of the storm, so to speak, and thank you for allowing me to come on. And, you know, the big thing is we need to pray for this recovery. There's dozens of relief organizations down here, Convoy of Hope, Red Cross, Samaritan's Purse, myself with widowsandoorphans.info. And these poor folk in the western part of Jamaica have been absolutely slammed. There's 3 parishes, which they call counties. There's Westmoreland County or Parish, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and St. Anne's.
Right, put up that video.
And they are just, everything is leveled, Dawn. And, you know, I began, when I first got to Jamaica now 10 days ago, a week ago Thursday.
And Pastor Devlin, just to let you know, as you're speaking, we're showing that video of all of the devastation, just so you know the video rolling. Yeah.
And I called people to prayer and fasting, so I'm in day 12 of a water-only fast. And you know what our prayer was, Dawn, was that there would be minimal loss of life and minimal property damage. So God answered the prayer. I dislike saying it, but only 29 people perished. And that's the data as of last night at about 11 p.m. from the Jamaican Office of Disaster Preparedness and the Jamaican Prime Minister's office, Andrew Holness. So, but there is absolutely level. So this is all the way over on the west. In the south part of Jamaica, there's a city called Black River. Everything is gone. Even the shelters, Dawn, the roofs were taken off, so these dear Jamaican people had nowhere to stay. And then you go north up to Montego Bay, where as of last Monday, there were 25,000 tourists there in and around Montego Bay. So those folks are still trying to get out. The only flights coming into Montego Bay are relief flights. And we just need to continue to pray because these folks are, they're just going out into these rural communities. So Western Jamaica is predominantly rural and it's predominantly poor. And whereas in Kingston, where I am, the houses are concrete, it's the capital, and minimal damage there, except when you go up into the mountains. But these 3 parishes on the western side of the island just got slammed, destroyed, much devastation because the houses and the businesses are basically wood with metal roofs. And when that 160-mile-per-hour winds plus came in from Melissa a week ago, Tuesday into Wednesday, it just was like an atomic bomb that hit that whole area. And But thank God the Jamaican people are resilient. And what makes matters worse, Dawn, is that just 13 months ago, Hurricane Beryl, Beyrl, came in, and there was massive damage. So these dear Jamaican folks, have gotten a double punch to the gut and to the face. So I'm down here with my whole heart, and as you introed me, I was down here for speaking at a Jamaican pro-life Christian conference. That was a week ago Saturday. Sunday, I married this dear couple of a guy that's traveled the world with me and his Jamaican princess. And 7 o'clock, the wedding's over, the reception's over, my phone is pinging, and I look at all flights canceled, all airports closed. So some of the flights are going out of Kingston, coming in with relief. But this part of Western Jamaica, just have your listeners pray.
Yes. And Pastor Bill Devlin, thank you so much. Go to widowsandorphans.info, widowsandorphans.info. Thank you so much. I got to run because I have an interview set up, and I am jam-packed today, but it's a blessing to hear from you. Thank you so much, Pastor Bill Devlin.
People
we
want
love
to give,
you.
They can go to that website.
Yes.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much. God bless, for sure. We want to mention that we hope that you kick off your fall, find yourself that newer certified luxury vehicle you've been wanting. My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are always here for you to assist you in your unique vehicle search that's throughout the tri-state region, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. The Piazza Premium family featuring dealerships across our region. Find that Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, now at Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of the huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years now, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, and patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483 for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
265. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people, but anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Happy Monday morning. We are talking about the government shutdown continuing this morning. And coming up in about 15 minutes, I'll be talking about this lawsuit that has just been filed and some of the unbelievable details we're getting within some of the court records and the lawsuit filed by parents whose child, 12-year-old little girl, was assaulted, victimized with a large steel object. And now we're getting the deets on that lawsuit. So that is upcoming. And we also want to talk about the crux of the why. Why is this government shutdown happening and what is at stake? And that brings us to our next guest. This is Dr. Marion Mass, who joins me pretty much every Monday morning. Marion, good morning. Thanks for being here today.
Oh, good morning, Dawn. Thank you for having me. I have to say, I love Electric Light Orchestra, so you put me in a good mood already.
Well, that's Justin Otero, who's filling in for Dan Borowski. Thank you for that. Yeah, we need a little music. We need a little magic. You know, you're talking about a couple of different things and focusing on, let's just say, tomorrow. I know that everybody's focusing on the bigger elections, which are the gubernatorial elections locally. Jack Ciattarelli wants to be the next governor of New Jersey v. Mikey Sherrill, and then the race, obviously, in Virginia. But locally in Pennsylvania, what's at stake is the high court justices. And we've heard a lot of back and forth. You had written a great piece in bucksindependence.com. It was published talking about what's at stake with these justices, these high court justices, how they've ruled. I know we'll get into the SNAP benefits and revamping our health care and that sort of thing, but I wanted to begin with this because your latest piece has just dropped.
Yeah, thanks. I took a little bit of a break. I wrote my first piece for the Independence, and it was about the ACA benefits that this whole shutdown fight is over, right? The Schumer shutdown. And I intimated that I will be writing, and I will be writing about things that we can do to help the medical system. And, for those listening who are thinking, like, why don't you write it now so that the lawmakers know what to do? I've written lots of things and told them what to do. There's some of them that do listen, and then there's others that I don't know if they either play dumb or they are dumb. I can't tell.
Well, let's get into that. Let's get into that in just a second. But I just want to begin with your most recent piece, and it's bucksindependence.com that you've written it. Let's just get into it a little bit as far as what has driven away doctors like my primary physician, my husband's longtime physician with Penn Medicine, retired, just couldn't take it anymore. And a lot of these local mom and pop, docs, they've left. And you talk about one of the reasons is that these physicians dread the maybe heavy jury awards and jury shopping that's allowed to happen.
Yes, yeah. When my husband and I moved here in the late 90s, we got here and we were told pretty quickly that, you got a big problem here in the Pennsylvania medical field. They had been looking at changing the rule so that you could take medical malpractice cases across jurisdictions, so moving them into a heavy jury favorable kind of setting. And there were runaway juries in Philadelphia. It was well known. This is actually well known across the country. And it was a little touch and go for a while, but in 2003, we all in the medical field, breathed a sigh of relief when there was a rule that was set up so that you were no longer allowed to, it's called venue shop, to move a case from one place to another. And that held until 2022 when our current state Supreme Court, including the justices that are up for attention, Donahue, Doherty, and Wecht, they voted to say, no, we're gonna come along and now we're going to let you venue shop again. And since the venue shopping was reinstated, now we've had suits, malpractice suits that have doubled in Philadelphia, known runaway juries. One case, I think, was $193 million. Yeah. We call a case like a nuclear verdict when it's over $10 million, but we're talking $193 million. There was a $43 million case that was judged in Philadelphia, and I think one of the physicians was from University of Pittsburgh. That's crazy, And
can you explain why that matters? I mean, in other words, isn't a jury a jury? Yeah. Obviously, Philadelphia, the jury pool here is described as a broken slot machine nationally. But can you explain that? Why it matters that a local jury would judge a local doctor?
Well, I think, first of all, a jury should be looking at the merits of the case. I'm certainly not saying there should be no medical malpractice. I mean, you have to look at the merits of the case. Medicine always was hard, but now, imagine, and it's hard enough when someone sues you. Physicians will talk about this as the most horrible, horrifying portion of the career. I know dozens, scores of physicians that have been sued when they did everything right.
But my question to you is, let me just ask you the question. Let me just pose this. Is part
I'm sorry,
of
I feel like I'm not doing anything
no.
here.
I just want to laser focus because I have to ask the quiet part out loud. Is part of this because much like if you have, let's say you have a certain type of civil trial in Manhattan versus in somewhere in Texas, you might get a different outcome because of the judges, not just the jury. And so my question is a piece of this about the blue judges that dominate certain areas?
I could only guess because we do know that when you have venue shopping, you get big verdicts handed out in Philadelphia and in Allegheny County, but Philadelphia is notorious. But in the piece that I wrote, I talked about the very human aspect of this. I mean, the average malpractice case takes about 2 weeks, right? My husband has never had more than 10 days off since he started in 1999 here in Bucks County. Not more than 10 days off. So a physician, when they do get sued, they have to take time off, but now add to it the travel that happens. Right. And in a really shocking, and I didn't even have time to put it into the piece, but what's really shocking is that our state Supreme Court, they were supposed to have been giving us some data as of January 2025 as to what they did when they said, you can go back to venue shopping, how it affected everyone. Well, we can see. I mean, we can see from some of the groups that are stepping up behind us and saying this is not right. But they haven't given that data. I mean, these guys aren't doing their job. I mean, they did something absolutely horrible. And mind you, it's not just horrible for the physicians. Yes, it is bad for us. You kind of live in fear, is someone going to come along and slap a suit on me, and then am I going to have to – even dealing with the suit when you did everything right is a problem. And you also have to imagine, as a physician, you are thinking to yourself, if the lawyers slap a suit on me, even if it's a ridiculous suit, I still have to hire a lawyer. And then they may decide just to settle just because it's just easier than having to travel, do all that kind of stuff. It's just easier, just settle. And then you have a mark on your record. But now when you're going through all of this, it has the spillover problems to the patient, right? Imagine if you do have a suit, you're having to travel, you're taking 2 weeks off or more. Now you've taken a doctor away from the practice location. I mean, and for everyone who's listening, I'm sure you have some grandmas out there that want more grandchildren. I'm not a grandma yet, but I'm sure you have some parents out there that want, children. Half of our counties don't have obstetrics.
Yeah.
Is this going to help that situation? And obstetrics is one of the most, litigious settings that you could be in. This is bad for Pennsylvania patients. And the younger doctors who might be coming in and taking a look at taking over for a practice, bad scenario. As part of PA Med, and I'm not speaking for them, I was at a meeting earlier in April, and we interviewed a lot of legislators, and I pointed out to each of the legislators that they had all told us that their patients were saying, we can't get into care, we can't get into care. We can't find doctors. And we're talking Montgomery County here, Bucks County, they're saying that, right? But I pointed out to them, I said, well, this whole situation, what are you going to do about the situation of the med mal? Because it's making a lot of young doctors not want to come in. And guess what? Let me tell you, and I hope your seniors are listening, average, and this is a national average, but it spills to Pennsylvania, cardiothoracic surgeons also, because it's procedure, very high med mal rates and very high number of cases because they have sick patients. Average age is like 57 or 58. Orthopedic surgeons, it's the same. It's the same for urologists. Yoo-hoo, Pennsylvania legislators and older men, and there's a lot of older men in our state legislature. Sure. Do you need a urologist once in a while when you're an older guy? I'm going to guess you do. And we may not have them coming into here. It's a procedural-based specialty. Will they want to come? Look at that horrific car accident. Prayers to those families. There were 4
we talked about
teenagers involved in a crash.
We talked about it at 6 o'clock this morning with 3 dead, 1 in critical condition. I just want to pivot over because I apologize. I'm jam-packed today and we have a lot of breaking news upcoming.
No, I'm glad you had me.
So I just want to just quickly here because we're hearing about, for example, SNAP benefits, what's going on with the government shutdown. And as well, I know that the Ag Secretary Collins had come out and said that, in fact, blue states not allowing that data, in other words, the collection of data about SNAP and who's receiving it and alleged fraud and that sort of thing, just to encapsulate this, because the Democrats and many believe that, in fact, this is all about the Trump administration wanting rates, your medical coverage rates, to go up. And so it's being politicized, and, because the media is biased, a lot of people believe that.
Well, I mean, the rates have gone up consistently. I mean, we passed Obamacare in 2010. It was implemented in 2014. And, even the rates for Obamacare have gone up nearly consistently, but they're certainly like 3 times higher than they were before Obamacare was passed. But as for this, the SNAP benefits, I mean, my plan, and I would encourage everyone, no matter how you're voting, take some food tomorrow to your polls. I've seen all local polls are saying, we're going to collect and we're going to drop it off at food pantries. That's nonpartisan. We need to help our neighbors around here. But I think the fact that we're having some states, whether they be blue or red, I didn't delve into that. If they're not giving up data, how ridiculous is that? How can we do our jobs if you're not giving up the data?
Exactly. And what are they hiding if they refuse to give it up? And that is a fact since July. The Ag Secretary, Brooke Rollins, I should say, she has talked about this and said that they refuse. So there are all these lawsuits back and forth. They won't give up the data.
Well, when you this is one of my favorite things to say. When you hide something, it must be because you have something to hide.
Amen. I have to leave it there today, and I apologize, Dr. Mary Mass. Read her latest piece as we talk about this, and we'll probably play that at some point, the comments by Ag Secretary Brooke Rollins talking about that And hopefully we will get a look at the data. But thank you, Dr. Miriam Mass. Up ahead, we're going to talk about North Penn High School, the very latest. This lawsuit has now been filed. Wait until you hear the shocking details revealed within what this little girl and her classmates have been put through. It is not acceptable. You will be outraged, no doubt. But where's all the media coverage on this one? Well, we're going to hear about it just ahead.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
So we're hosting Thanksgiving this year at the new house. I don't want to do a turkey in the oven, but I want to rent a wood pellet smoker. My wife thinks I'm going to blow the house up. You will. Does the audience trust me to do it and come back without any property damage or self-inflicted wounds? My wife will not let me do it, and I want to deep fry a Cajun turkey.
Ziola used to do it.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
that's
God,
right.
they're the
So ask
best.
him.
So he has it. DeSantis, book me for $350 today. All right?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Now is the perfect time to let your savings take root at First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your money grow as you earn 3.65% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or lock in higher earnings with a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.75% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Voters hit the polls tomorrow for a big gubernatorial race in New Jersey and Supreme Court retention in Pennsylvania, among other key contests. The family of a middle school student attacked last spring with a travel mug while at school is suing the North Penn School District, and a judge has extended the block on National Guard deployment to Portland.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-505-9257. 800-505-9257. 800-505-9257.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Good Monday morning. Dawn Stensland here at Dawn Stensland. Follow me on X, 855-839-1210. If you want to comment or let us know what's going on in your community. One story that, I've been covering obviously since last spring in particular was what unfolded at a local suburban high school or a local suburban middle school, a school that is, by tradition, this is why parents move to areas surrounding North Penn Middle School, High School, because it's known as a great area to raise a family where you feel safe. We talk about safe spaces all the time, and kids, I think it's a no-brainer, we can all agree, should be safe and have a safe space inside their school. Well, man, were we wrong about one particular school and what happened? And this is in the North Penn School District. I know many of you over the weekend have been reacting to the lawsuit that has now, been filed, and it's a matter of public record. And so many parents just shocked by these details as we learn more about what happened last spring when a 12-year-old girl is assaulted by a large metal object, steel object, in her lunchroom. I mean, that's bad enough just right there. Somebody being assaulted and suffering, basically her head split open. Horrifying, blood everywhere. And her classmates in the lunchroom there trying to help her, blood everywhere and screaming and crying and so on, as one student beats up another one from behind, by the way, in a horrifying attack. And then as we learn more along the way that this object was used, that not only was this girl just beaten, pummeled in the back of her head multiple times. I know this is unthinkable, and I'm sorry for the gory details, but this is confirmed by police, confirmed by witnesses. And then that same assailant slams her head front face, her face down to a table. Another gash on the front of her head. Oh my goodness. This child could have been killed. Thank God she survived, well, with scars, physical and emotional. And then in the weeks following that, we learned how the school district was describing this, depicting it, and absolutely, in my humble opinion, downplaying this, which that's horrific enough. But then on top of all of this, to learn that the accused assailant had just been transferred to the school after being kicked out of multiple other schools, private and public. I mean, why this wasn't transparent, nobody apparently knew. And, tomorrow I'm just going to point out to you, there's an election going on, and the school board matters because the school board, at the very least, can have transparency on such issues and policy makers. 855-839-1210. Let's bring in one of our local moms. And let me tell you something. I was inundated over the weekend with parents as we were talking about this, concerned parents praying for transparency, praying for the safety of their kids. But Shannon Main, thank you for joining me. And I know many of you, just for multiple reasons, you don't want to come on live. I get it. You don't want to deal with the pushback. And Shannon, you're the one parent who's consistently willing to come on and be named and talk about it. So I know that your fellow community members appreciate that you're willing to come on and talk about this. And I think what you're saying absolutely reflects what they're saying. So thanks, Shannon.
Oh. Well, thank you, Dawn. I appreciate you going over this today because, like you said, it's a horrific, mismanaged situation. When I read the report, it's a 40-page report. When I read it, I just felt sick in my stomach. I just couldn't believe that. I mean, the victim in this matter had to go through what she went through, the hundreds of students that had to watch it and sit there for 20-some minutes. I just can't imagine. I really question about sending my kids to school every day. It's what it comes down to. So just to lead back to this, I don't know. I think I told you my daughter was at Penn Field with the student, which is a different middle school in our school district. There was TikTok videos of this student ripping out someone else's hair and leaving clumps of hair on the floor. Like, this definitely was known. And I did not know the kid was being transferred. Well, my daughter came home one day and said, oh, the student's not there. I think that she got expelled or something. And then when I found out about this attack at Pembroke, I was horrified to find out it was the same student in our same school district. The school district, the administration definitely knew about the student. He was in our elementary schools, then in our middle school, and now transferred out of school placement and then back into Pembroke.
And what was your thought that realization, because you knew of this, I have to say alleged perpetrator, but to learn that, and then now moving forward, learning in this lawsuit all the allegations, which, by the way, law enforcement has confirmed most of the story. It's just put all in one place. But your reaction to that, to learn that a student is transferred, a student with a history from private and public schools. Yeah. I mean, to just be transferred in to a school where I don't know that the regular teachers or student body, I don't think I don't think many people had the info. I mean, obviously somebody did, but at the level of the teachers and those at the school, I don't think anybody could have known.
Yeah, when I first heard about it, that I immediately thought, oh my gosh, could it be the same kid? And when it first happened, the attack, I heard that the news was over at the middle school the next day. I walked over there and I was trying to find out more information. And when they told me about it, I could not believe that it was the same student from Penfield. Because my daughter felt such a relief that the student was not in Penfield anymore because they shared gym class and other classes together. I was just, my heart sunk for the other victim involved. I just cannot believe that our administration, our school board, and our teachers not teachers, but it's administration allowed this to happen, knowing the violent behavior, knowing, and if you read through the report, Dawn, if you read the whole report, I know it's long, but there were multiple things. The students came down and talked about this for the 2 days the student was there. They name it student number one in the report.
Yes.
Student number one, who is the assailant, was only there for 2 days when this happened. Multiple kids reported it. The parents reported that something was going to happen.
Well, and that's just it.
After the classroom.
And
yeah.
Shannon, let me just interject this, that when you read this, what I get from it is that this was a feeling of terror, that these students were terrified. And they go to the front office together. And the one, teacher who's identified, the counselor, then says, okay, I need you to write this out. So it sounds like there was a procedure that was being followed. I'm going to have you write it out. And then other students who witnessed all of this, so they literally made out an official, if you will, written report signed by witnesses, and the report writing was witnessed by a teacher. So this is an official process. This is not just kids sort of talking about a rumor. I mean, these students, just so we can underscore this, as they're talking about, quote unquote, student number one, they're describing being bullied, terrorized, threatened, and they go through and say, this is what this kid is saying they're gonna do. So step by step. And what's horrifying is, as you read through this thing and talking, on background as I have to various other sources and law enforcement, etc., basically what ended up happening was exactly what the kids said was going to happen. It's right. Like you can't even wrap your brain around it.
Yeah, I mean, I did highlight when I was reading through it, one of the things, I don't know if it was because maybe this kid has been an ongoing problem for years. They just said they just didn't do any action on it. I did point out one page of the report, the lawsuit does state that student number one in the general education environment at Pembroke was without first holding an IEP meeting to discuss the student. So I don't know if everybody in the building knew what they were getting or only the administration knew. I mean, that's a flaw and a mismanaged situation right there. I don't know where it stops. Does the bus drivers know? Do the teachers know? Does the aide with the student know what they're getting? And right, things have to be taken more seriously. Our school district harps on this safe to say line that we have to report incidences. Maybe they're getting way too many reports. I don't know, but they always say like, oh, did we see any signs, that could have avoided this? Yes, we did. They're right here. They're in black and white. They're on paper. They're from the students. They're from the parents. We saw the signs within 48 hours this attack happened, but all the signs were there and all documented at the school.
In this
the transfer of the student.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, in
the
this
transfer
one,
of the student initially brought this horrible behaved student, violent behavior. We're not a mental health institution. There's tons of mental health issues in here, but this was doing a disservice to the student and to all the other students in the school. We cannot provide that level of mental health in our school district. We need alternative placement. We cannot bring these kids back into our schools.
So I guess my final question is, and obviously I'm not naming the family, their attorney, Timothy Knox, who's the attorney who's representing them, names them basically by their initials and the last name T. But the plaintiff names in the lawsuit specifically North Penn School District as well as Megan McGee Heim in her official capacity. In other words, saying that the civil rights of the one victim, the 12-year-old who was savagely assaulted and has bloodied and gashed and that sort of thing, but saying they should have had a game plan. And so they've named one person. Moving forward, I guess my question to you is, how could a school board make a difference with regard to transparency or any of this?
Yeah. So, I mean, in the school boards, I don't know exactly what the school board's involvement was in this situation, but it only takes one voice on the inside of that school board. I've been advocating this for 3 years now, and it's not just about this election. We have something that's planned for November 11th with guest speakers that are retired police detectives. I mean, I'm in this to find a solution. Yeah. But one thing, if we get one school board member on that board, I'm hoping all 4 of our candidates can get in there, but if we get one person, that makes all the difference, because there's a difference of opinion on the inside, and we can expose some of these things and question some of these things that are happening. Because right now we have no idea if they're talking about this before the student was transferred. Did the superintendent and the special education director just make the decision and go with it? Did the school board know? Was there anything else in place? We adopted this Act 18 policy, which is about threat assessment, and we have a threat assessment team. Was that part of this? Did we consider this a threat, and was the threat assessment protocol followed? It's stuff like this that we need. Our 9-0 school board right now, it's 9 Democrats, 0 Republicans. Politics shouldn't matter, but we should have a diversity. I'm all about having both sides on school district boards. Someone should have questioned these things. Even after, at this point, the investigation report has still not been released to the public. But the investigation report, this lawsuit pretty much names everything that happened. The investigation report must have something to hide, because why wouldn't they release it now that everything's exposed from the lawsuit? They're getting sued in federal court with a jury trial if they don't settle.
And thank you for saying that, because I forgot to say that at the beginning. They are demanding a jury trial. That's at the top of this lawsuit and throughout. They want a jury to hear this case, and of course we know why. I think any people from any walk of life, like normal everyday people, if you look at this entire thing, and they can lay out in court as well. I was looking up, to your point, Shannon, the IEP, which is Individualized Education Program. That's what IEP stands for. That if you look at the requirements by it, the school is required to go through evaluation. And then the school has to conduct that comprehensive individualized assessment. And there has to be an evaluation and kind of a personalized plan that has to go for each student. And to your point, and to the lawsuit's point, that protects everybody, all the students involved, but also teachers. I mean, we've seen across the country kids in these IEPs that assault teachers. And so there has to be a game plan that's individualized.
Yeah. The sad truth is that we didn't learn our lesson, because we had an armed gun in our school just last week. And it was a similar situation. The student was expelled from another school. And about the teachers, you're right. I mean, we had a principal out of an elementary school for an entire month because he had a concussion from a violent student. I mean, when's it going to stop? I'm not going to stop advocating until we see some critical changes that need to be made, and the communication, transparency. I'm a mom that sends my kid to school every day, and they should feel safe. I should feel safe while they're there. We need to have more security, more bodies in the building, more people trained of what they need to know what to do. And I feel like the communication and transparency between the teachers and administration also needs improvement as well, because these teachers are getting kids in their classrooms and they don't even know what they have sitting there in front of them.
Right. And that's just it, that if they're especially trained teachers who are fully informed, then they can be fully prepared. But, I would imagine, and look, I think that these special education services, nobody in the world does it like we do in America, that we try to make sure that every child, no matter what they're coping with in their life, no matter what they're diagnosed with, that they can get an education and find, I guess, that they can find their pathway in life. So I would say ideally, these types of programs are beautiful, right? And give everybody an opportunity. But I think, and you made a point that I want to just underline here, Shannon, and that is that when we as a nation, as a school community, get it right, then even that child maybe with a violent past, maybe with a troubled, with all their diagnoses and their mental health issues, that if the special education services are right and they get it right, they actually redefine that kid's life. The child in this case that's accused of doing something horrendous is now defined by that one violent act. A proper special education service, an IEP, could have possibly prevented that from happening. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's not, I think people have tried to make this political. They've tried to make it that, well, this is pro special education needs versus anti. And I think you eloquently said it, Shannon. That's not the case. This is a case that advocates for the betterment of everybody involved and the safety of everybody involved.
Yeah, without the adequate supervision support and whatever both the students in the class and the student with the IEP or the violent behavior needs, everyone loses. I mean, we have to do it better, and we have to find a solution quickly, because I feel like it's escalating and it's more and more. And we saw this here, putting this student back in the general education setting. It did not help anyone. The entire school is affected by this.
Yeah, and that's just it. It's a tiny percentage, just a few students who are in some of these IEPs and wreaking havoc on hundreds, if not thousands of children. And then you think about the scarring, emotional scarring, physical scarring that these kids now, their entire lives have to live with. It's the wrong way to go. So, Shannon, as always, thank you so much for calling in and for, highlighting this and publicly talking about it, because it's an important conversation.
Thank you, Dawn. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Shannon Main, great mom from the burbs. And like I say, for Shannon speaking out, I can tell you there are hundreds of parents who feel the same way. It's not easy if you're a parent in a community where everybody knows that you've spoken out publicly in media. But I think you can agree with me that Shannon Main speaking out about this, she's not being political, she's not being mean or bullying. I just want to point that out, because maybe the other side will say that that's not what's going on here. She's just saying, be transparent, my God, and serve all the children. So thank you to Shannon. Right now, what we have going on, by the way, speaking of those speaking out, we're getting an update from our great Pennsylvania Attorney General. This is Dave Sunday, holding a news conference in Norristown, Pennsylvania. And this is the update on Operation Clean Sweep. This is to combat the drug trafficking that we've seen across our region, which plagues our area. And it's really fantastic to see this kind of bipartisan, non-political news conference as they're talking about cleaning up our community. So Dave Sunday, the AG, inviting district attorneys from Bucks County, Delaware, Montgomery counties, Philadelphia, was invited. I don't believe we have DA Krasner there, although I believe everybody was invited. But in this one, Philadelphia law enforcement leaders announcing more on Operation Clean Sweep and the collaborative efforts that we've been learning about. And it really began, if you will, from Kash Patel, the FBI director, was that more than a week ago at this point, making the first announcement of what was going on. But we're getting these updates and learning about these fentanyl seizures and just shutting down these major, really it's organized crime is what it is, but these major operations. So I believe that we'll go to that. We will update you on everything that's happening. We have a ton of great interviews. Of course, we have Ian McGee and Frank Scales, our friends from Search Philly. They'll be updating us on all of this. Stay right here, 855-839-1210. I know that I'm really moving at the fastest speed ever, but there's so much breaking. So we'll do a quick break right now. And when we come back, we'll update you on all of this breaking news that's happening this busy Monday morning.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola. Tailgating and watching the birds. It doesn't get any better. So stop by your local fine wine and good spirits and grab yourself a 4-pack of Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. You can also sample some new flavors in a variety 6-pack as well. All available at your local fine wine and good spirits. And all ready to drink in a can. Jack and Coke, born for the tailgate. Please drink responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Developing right now, we do have any moment now this news conference that's being called. We are going to learn new information on what's being dubbed Operation Clean Sweep. Our Attorney General of Pennsylvania, Dave Sunday, you know, I've had him on the show many, many times. He is leading off with this and has some major announcements, but he invited DAs, district attorneys from across the region, including those from Bucks County, that's Jen Shorn, you know her well, Montco, which is Kevin Steele, Delaware counties as well. I seriously doubt if DA Krasner, you know, if he was invited. I believe they were all invited, but I don't see him there, but I digress. But the news conference that we've been hearing about in the past, and that was 2 weeks ago, FBI announcing the takedown of one of Kensington's largest drug trafficking gangs, known as the Weymouth Street Drug Trafficking Organization. They took that down, dozens of arrests, and just said they wiped out that complete operation of organized crime. Now we're supposed to learn more. So we learned about 50 million doses of fentanyl. These are deadly doses. This is great news. And I should mention as well, Commissioner Bethel was there originally, and I believe will be there today. So we're waiting on that announcement, and we'll give you those details. Wanted to just give you that update, though, as we're waiting for that. I would be remiss before we bring in our friends, Frank Scales, Ian McGee here, is that I just want to let you know the injured Pennsylvania police officer who we talked about last week was finally home from the hospital, still a long road to recovery. Pennsylvania police officer seriously injured on the job. And this is huge in his recovery. Just want to name him by name. Keep him in your prayers. This is our great Plymouth Meeting police officer, Jake Hennessy. Thank God, was released from Penn Pres Friday afternoon. And you saw, dozens of law enforcement officers, police officers lining outside the ER there, clapping, cheering as he was wheeled out, had to be wheeled out on a gurney, I might add. But you may remember that that was a crazy situation where he was run over repeatedly by a young man, and we don't know the full story there, erratic driver. Remember that, the Mercedes SUV up there right past Plymouth Meeting Mall? But just keep Jake Hennessy, if you would, our great local police officer, as he had his wits about him. He should be being run over. He's trying to put a tourniquet on his leg and has the wherewithal to call 911 and call for help and warn other officers. And just one of those hero officers. So Officer Jake Hennessy, our prayers are with you. I'd be remiss, Frank and Ian, if I didn't speak out about him and give everybody that update. That was a nutsy story in our ever crazy news cycle. How are you guys doing this morning, Frank and Ian?
We're doing well. Thank you for having us on again, Dawn. We appreciate
Thanks,
you.
Dawn. Thanks, Dawn.
It's like you guys are the best, and we love you, and we love what you're doing because it's at the grassroots level that, every weekend you are out there and you are confronting all the insanity
Absolutely.
that
Yep.
we see in our region, and so
Someone's got to do it.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
So give us I know you gave us some videos. You want to go through those? What do you want to?
Yeah.
So we
sounds
can
good.
do that. Yeah. So we had a debate on Saturday, as we usually do, 4 to 6 p.m. at Logan Square. And what we're realizing is a lot of Republicans are coming out to support us. We actually had a bunch of people there to show support, and it was an awesome time. The drummer boy did not show up, but the next day we actually went to a demonstration. We weren't really sure what kind of demonstration it was. We just knew there was a demonstration going on, and we saw drummer boy there and a couple, I'll say radical leftists who singled us out almost immediately.
Instantly.
So we had a pretty action-packed weekend with the debate and then that demonstration.
And so at this, can we roll some of the video? Do we have sound? Let's listen in
A lot of
and
people
watch.
would claim that I'm a leftist, so I guess a lot of the views I have about the world, the country.
Why? Why do people claim you're a leftist?
I think a lot of my views align with the left. So,
what one would you say sticks out as something that really aligns with the left?
I guess it'd be easier to say which ones don't stick out, but I don't know. You could. I think a lot of what the Democratic Party is supposed to stand for, I think I agree with.
What do you think it should stand for?
Okay.
Helping, putting the country first is 100%.
America first.
America first should always be, a big thing.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that it is putting America first to deport illegal immigrants?
That's an interesting question.
Wait for it. So what you're doing here just by asking people questions, and it's really something that Charlie Kirk did very well, and that is just to ask people, what do you believe in?
Yeah.
What do you stand for?
If you notice, Frank only asked why.
Yeah.
There was no other, exchange there other than, asking why. And I guess ask why and the truth will reveal itself.
And what we're realizing is that's the most important thing. So, if they can articulate why they believe what they believe, then that's great. But what we're realizing is that the people who come up, they can't articulate anything. And it seems like a lot of people have been propagandized. And that's really all it is. And when you say something like, is it a negative thing to get fentanyl off our streets? They wouldn't be able to answer that either because they're just constantly propagandized. Trump is the enemy. Yeah. Well, no, Trump's stopping illegal immigration, putting Americans first, and getting fentanyl off the streets. And I'm confused as to how any of that is a negative thing. And I think even Democrats are having a hard time answering that one. The most powerful thing we could do as Republicans is ask why, because, reason is on our side.
Ask why. And here's the thing, and by the way, Frank and Ian, surgephilly.com. You can follow them on social media. They're on Insta, X, Facebook, etc. and it's Help Us Save Philly. This fight is not free. It takes time, money, and effort. Any contribution will help us fight for a freer, fairer Philadelphia. So as you guys, now let me ask you something, Frank and Ian, as you're out here every weekend, as you're going to these different events, do you find that some of the people who are coming there to maybe debate you are now joining up with you?
So the one guy, Lex the Protagonist, one of the main guys who was protesting us, came with a megaphone and he started to yell, but we walked right up to him and we asked him, why are you here? Let's talk. And we actually ended up agreeing on like 60% of things. And he actually seemed like he wanted to join us. So we're seeing the power.
And also, I just want to add, he denounced Larry Krasner as well.
Really?
So it seems as though we could find some common ground with, these people. They do have to work on themselves a bit, but I'm glad they're starting to come around, and it's going to have to be, setting up in Logan Square every weekend. It's going to take that to do it.
And, so Pat Dugan, obviously a longtime Democrat and longtime judge in Philadelphia, decided to, for the first time in his life, I think, put an R behind his name and run against District Attorney Larry Krasner, who has been reelected over and over, who is the incumbent. You guys know the reality of it. We all know the reality that once somebody is settled in as an incumbent, has a big name, usually it gets easier and easier. I mean, so what do you say about this? I know that you've just talked about this, that the community may not have full support for him. I don't think anybody thinks Krasner's I'm going to be honest. I don't think anybody thinks that Krasner will lose in tomorrow's election.
I think that there's a real chance, but I also see that, people are not optimistic, and it's something we have to work on. And Surge Philly is going to play a huge role in raising the optimism and showing people that we can do it going forward. But I think there is a chance that Larry Krasner loses. But I think the problem is that we have retention for the Supreme Court. And essentially what Larry did is he said, I'm against Trump. Mm-hmm. So a bunch of people who are coming out to retain the justices are going to vote,
right,
for Larry Krasner. And that's the real problem. But again, there is a chance because everybody is fed up with this dude, or they think he's just incompetent and sucks. I was reading Reddit posts, and we all know about Reddit. Mm-hmm. It's a very blue-pilled site.
Yeah.
But the one guy was like, I agree with Larry, but when I was serving him coffee, he was a horrible person.
Wow.
And it's kind of like the experience we had with him in the park. He's not a good guy, and everybody can see it.
And I just want to add, Larry Krasner stiffed a local pizza joint for $1,200 for
what?
For it's an outstanding debt on his PAC, and this was publicized. And Larry Krasner actually stiffed a local pizza joint for $1,200 worth of pizza. He hasn't paid that bill in, I believe, 2 years.
Uh-oh. You got to pay for the pizza.
Yeah, come on.
Maybe it's not the South Jersey pizza brawl that we showed the other day, but we did have that earlier. But, on this one, at the very least, I do have to wonder if some of this sinks in with Krasner, whether or not, because I think by all accounts, it would be a surprise. It would be an upset, right? If he lost this. If Dugan, who nobody says anything bad about Dugan that I've seen, everybody says, yeah, he's a good guy, but, it is what it is. That's what I'm hearing. But with him, what impressed me was, Frank, he knew your name. He actually is watching you guys. So he's paying attention to that. And that was, what was that, a month ago at this point?
Yeah, around that.
He obviously follows what you guys are doing. And so by that, it at the very least gives me hope that he's listening to that and seeing what the community is saying and how they're critical of him.
And what we're going to do is we're going to continue to hold him accountable. Whoever is in charge, we're going to hold them accountable. And Larry Krasner is not going to get away with what he got away with before. He's going to be held accountable, and he's, and if he doesn't at least partially act with common sense, then he will be voted out next time, if not tomorrow.
Well, and I would say this about as far as Krasner goes, what's also fascinating to me is the last, the the story where we had this beautiful young lady, and I know we talked a lot about her. I won't belabor it, but even there was a change.org petition to fire him over allowing the alleged perpetrator and killer of a beautiful young Philadelphia woman who was stalked on social media, by all reports, stalked and then kidnapped. And even some of her own family members were saying that in and of itself should make it that this guy resigns, that Krasner resigns.
Yeah. And, that's a real concern. And it has to get to a point where it's hard to ignore. Mayor Sherrill, she's been very quiet.
Yeah.
It has to get to a point where popular support is in jeopardy. So she has to come out and now either denounce Krasner, support Krasner, or be indifferent. She's been indifferent so far. But if we could get enough signatures on petitions, if we could get enough people going down to the DA's office and peacefully demonstrating, if we could get enough people in the streets saying fire Larry Krasner day in and day out, whether he's voted in or not, the next 4 years, some heat will die off post-election. But if we could keep the heat on him, I see no reason why in 4 years, if someone decides to run, they don't unseat Larry Krasner. Or there's also, we could explore the removal from office pathway, because there is grounds for that, perhaps, if Larry Krasner is found personally liable for maliciously prosecuting Inspector Joe Bologna, which he's in court for right now.
Yes.
And the Supreme Court actually said that they would hear the case. So it's going to be interesting, but the fight is never going to stop. The fight's always going to continue. We're going to fight, and we're going to fire Larry Krasner.
It's just the beginning of holding these politicians accountable. They're not going to get away with what they got away with before with all the woke stuff. It's over. We want common sense, and we're going to demand it from our politicians at all levels of government.
Yeah, and to your point about Krasner, for example, in the Kata Scott case, the fact that he held the news conference and held a couple of news conferences, but was basically trying to throw, judges. We talked about it.
Everyone
under
but
the bus.
himself.
Yes.
Yeah. It shows his character.
So I think that it does, but unfortunately for Philadelphia, I hope you're right, because we need that accountability and we need the transparency. But I think that what we have going for us is you guys, Frank and Ian. So what's next?
High praise. That's high praise. Thank you, Dawn.
No, I really mean it, because I love that what you're doing is just a grassroots effort for the conversation. I mean, that's really what you're doing. And I don't know that you're as political when you're on the ground and you're having conversations with people. It's not really about politics. It's about the issues.
Yeah, totally. And to your point, we try not to let the political, partisan issues really corrupt our arguments or anything like that. But we do understand that there is a political nature to these things.
Yeah.
The far left and the Democratic Party, in a lot of ways, has been overrun by a lot of radicals. And the Republican Party has to stand for common sense. We have to stand for reason. We have to stand for faith, family, and country. And if we do that, if we can continue being a shining light in a lot of ways, the darkness that's in our world today, then I think we'll be in good shape. I think our kids will be in good shape, and I think our grandkids will be in good shape. So we just have to keep fighting a good fight and, wear the armor of God every single day.
And to add on to that, what we can do every single week is we could show up in Logan Square and have conversations. We can invite people from the other party, invite people who may not agree with us to come talk to us. And we're going to continue to do that. And even if they can't agree with us right away, or if they don't want to agree with us on camera, at least we'll plant the seed. At least we'll put a face to the beliefs and show people that we do care about this city, that we are standing on our convictions. And that's the name of the game, I think, going forward.
Well, listen, you guys are the best. We'll talk next Monday, because we talk every Monday. But Frank and Ian, Surge Philly, you want to follow them? And what can we do for you? What can people do for you this week?
So if anybody wants to come out to Logan Square this upcoming Saturday, they're more than welcome. If anybody wants to contribute anything, surgephilly.com. We are going to fight, but the fight ain't free. So if anybody wants to make a contribution, surgephilly.com, surgephilly.com. But really just like, share, comment on our videos too. That's really important. and spread the message.
Amen. You guys are the best. Frank and Ian.
Thank you, Dawn.
SurgePhilly.com. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you.
Yes, we will. And I've been covering, as far as Joe Bologna, this case, and I know he's become dear friends with Rich Scioli. And that case, as we continue to update it, just this past summer in July, that 59-page opinion and all of the mess that he's been going through. So even if, let's say, Joe wins his battle for that accusation of malicious prosecution and all, the truth is that what Krasner has gotten away with in that case of Joe Bologna is just essentially ruining somebody's life, and for what, 5-6 years of your life. And so even if you quote unquote win that, the cost of everything, the emotional suffering, and the years that you lose, there's that old saying that you cannot put a price on time that you've lost or your health, the stress of it all. And that's really what I see with this. To have a district attorney whose motivation just feels like any chance he can give a cop a shiv, that's what he does. It's just one of the many things that bothers me so much about this current DA. And it's just sad. And it does not serve any of us well, particularly because we are down. Look at the numbers for yourself that they'll admit to. We're down well over 1,200 police officers here in Philadelphia. That serves nobody. This is The Dawn Show. I'm Dawn Stensland, at Dawn Stensland. Follow me on X and social media. More great interviews, more great updates. Wow, we are just locked and loaded today. Too packed for comfort, but it's a busy Monday morning. Stay right there.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
If you have Medicaid and are new to Medicare, you may qualify to enroll in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan with a lot more benefits like dental, vision, and hearing, along with helpful support when you need it most. Now is the time to see if you qualify to enroll. It only takes a few minutes to find out if you're eligible. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well. Learn more at humanaduals.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a dual-eligible special needs HMO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the state Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Whoosh. What a day. So much breaking, so much happening. We do right now have Operation Clean Sweep. This is the AG, so at the state level, obviously, Pennsylvania's Attorney General, Dave Sunday. Great guy. I follow him on social media because what I love about Dave Sunday, our Attorney General here, is he often will post things about family and personal, just nice little feel-good things on social media. So if you follow him on social media, you'll get to know him. And as well, then obviously on the professional sites too. But so he invited many officials from across the region to have, including Philadelphia Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel and the DAs, Republicans and Democrats from across the region. So it looks like DA Krasner is not there, is notably missing, and that's a common thread. But we do have our Philadelphia Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel there. And I think it's a nice fraternal order, if I can make that play on words. And this is a follow-up we're getting from what we first learned was from FBI Director Kash Patel visiting Philadelphia, talking about and really giving credit, by the way. Kash did a good job, I think, of saying, hey, I'm the newbie here, but these guys have all been working together. That was a nice compliment. It was very humble of him. But this after 50 million doses of fentanyl so far seized in this Operation Clean Sweep. So let's get a taste of this. Justin Otero filling in for our executive producer, Dan Borowski, who's on family leave. And we love Dan and Maisie and the baby. So we're love it. We can't wait till we can hear more about it. But let's get a piece of this. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you for watching. If you're listening, here we go.
I'm not going to tell you any.
This is Kevin Steele, Montgomery.
But what I'll tell you generally on this, and I think what you see represented here, is folks that were the collar areas between Philadelphia and our counties, and everybody worked together in this. We're identifying people in the city that are selling drugs to other dealers, to users, and then people are driving into our counties. I can't tell you that there's only one route they're going to go. There's a lot of routes that they can go. And that's why this collaboration of all of these folks working together and working in conjunction with one another, sharing information, working on teams together, I think that's the part that we're so proud of. I said it the other day, like one team, this is our law enforcement team working together, and it's great. And there were
so
more
I'll take
relationships.
it back and just give you a sense of this. So that obviously was not Dave Sunday who's hosting this, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, but one of our suburban district attorneys, Kevin Steele, who you know well. And so if you think about what's happening here, is the Attorney General is bipartisan here as he's trying to bring together law enforcement. And I know that Abington's police chief, for example, who's the head of the Chiefs Association, that's our Chief Malloy, Pat Malloy, he was at one of these recent news conferences as well, is part of this. But this is the good in all of us, because oftentimes, I tell you about the bad news. The good news is all of these people have a common thread, and that is that they want to fight crime. And they realize that you can't say, well, I'm in the city and I'm only going to worry about city crime. Or, sometimes people will say, oh, well, I'm out in the suburbs. Why do I want to hear about the crime in Philadelphia? Well, because it trickles out to your area too. It impacts all of us because guess what? Criminals do not stop at City Line, what used to be called City Line Avenue. Remember when they told us in the media, you're not allowed to say City Line, as if somehow that would help things, and it's City Ave, right? But it does not stop at that line. It certainly is, it all works together. And that's when you see them working together with resources, the crime lab, all the technology. So let's listen in. Here's Dave Sunday.
Being here with us. So you're going to hear from some of these individuals shortly about the specifics on who was arrested, what was seized, and how those actions impact their respective communities. Before I turn it over to my partners, I wish to say this. Fentanyl and other deadly poisons are not contained to any specific street, corner, block, neighborhood, city, or county. Those poisons are easily transported by predatory dealers. Last week, the Philadelphia Police Commissioner Bethel described it best. Drugs and the violence that stem from the organizations that peddle them are not just city issues. These are Commonwealth issues. Commonwealth issues. In other words, if it's not in your town today, it could be tomorrow. That's how quickly fentanyl and other deadly narcotics can move. And that's why they are such a threat to every single community throughout the Commonwealth. Any solution to the transport and movement of these killer narcotics must involve, at its foundation, collaboration between law enforcement. Standing with me today are a number of offices and departments who in my first year as Attorney General have been stalwart partners in efforts to curb the drug trade and violence in all of our communities. As a district attorney, I saw them as colleagues who work that I tried to emulate. As Attorney General, I get to call them partners in our shared mission of community safety. In these investigations, the Office of Attorney General provided manpower and resources to conduct surveillance, identify dealers, and track their movements as they move product to and from Philadelphia. Primarily in this operation, we are talking about transports of bulk narcotics from Kensington to Bucks, Delaware, and Montgomery counties, where they were then resold on the street. Just last week, I had the honor to be in Philadelphia with some of these same partners to discuss the record amount of 50 million fentanyl doses taken off the streets of the Commonwealth.
That's crazy.
So far this year,
the amount.
Including 27 million doses here
So thank you to Attorney General Dave Sunday. By the way, his office also announcing charges against a Pennsylvania man who they say was caught, I have to say allegedly, possessing and then giving out, disseminating these materials that involve the abuse of a child for the adult sexual gratification, which is so sick, formerly called child porn. I try not to say that because just by saying child porn, do you know what I'm saying? The inference there. So we're all kind of retraining our brains to not identify it as that because it's really child sex abuse for the pleasure of sickos who get sexual gratification out of it. But in this case, this depraved sicko, that they found at least 1,000 files depicting these kids being abused in sick, demented ways. So this guy is charged with more than 1,000 felonies following a search warrant. And in this case, he's identified, the alleged perp identified as 54-year-old Mark Valenti. So he's been arraigned, he's being held, and it appears he has not yet posted bail. But they're really going after this type of crime, and also in the spirit of thinking about human trafficking that's happening, the child trafficking. BTW, as of this Monday morning, we still have more than 300,000 missing children who are at risk of being those who were brought illegally across the borders during the previous administration, and mostly the southern border, but also the northern border, by the way, brought into this country for this very purpose, to be abused in unthinkable, sick ways. It's amazing to me that nobody in the media talks about this every day or at least once a week. You never hear it. There's a reason why. Because it's the worst of the worst that we're allowing this, that previous administrations have allowed the sicko, psycho abuse of these children to be trafficked in this way. And it's never within the conversation of the so-called mainstream media. Shame. They win the Game of Thrones Shame Award of the day. All right, I got to take a break. 855-839-1210. A whole lot more I'm going to have to jam in at the end here, but wow, what a jam-packed day. The day before Election Day. I hope you're all good to go and you have your plan for when you're going to vote tomorrow. But please do vote. Linda, and by the way, you're going to have to face Linda, Kearns, because she comes on every Wednesday. So now you got to face Linda and all the Elvis music if you don't vote. So we know who you are. Be right back.
Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on KBB excellent trade-in condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles. Get paid to trade. At KiaofCherryHill.com, we're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. Get up to $3,000 more for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Kias. Upgrade your ride today at KiaofCherryHill.com. That's KiaofCherryHill.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Listen up, football for ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. PNC Supply and app only.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So in our region, I know that we've all been talking about the big gubernatorial race happening in New Jersey and the race for New Jersey governor. And what are the ramifications of that? Does it have national ramifications? I would submit to you that I know you know what, you just finished my sentence. All elections are local. In New Jersey, with property taxes skyrocketing, with New Jersey, which used to be first or a close second, ranked nationally, now dropping to as low as maybe down to 12 or even lower. So the quality of the New Jersey schools and what you're paying for has dropped significantly. That's a real problem. The taxes, the affordability issue. And so I'll submit to you that it has nothing to do with whether Republicans are going to take the country or Democrats. It has to do with New Jersey voters looking at Jack Ciattarelli or a current elected official, by the way. People seem to forget that. Mikey Sherrill, she's right there, voting right in lockstep with Democrats, progressive Democrats, and the Biden administration. But do I think that Jack Ciattarelli is the next governor? Yep, I do. I've been saying it for a very long time. I think Jack has got this job, but he doesn't have it in a lock if every single person who likes him and who thinks he should be governor, unless you all go out and vote, he's not going to get it, because he literally needs every single vote that he can possibly get because of the disproportionate amount of the registration, right? If every Democrat who's registered Democrat goes out to vote, Cheryl gets in. So it just means that you have to have the underdog here, and Ciattarelli by that nature is the underdog, right? So I just want to remind you of that. And here in Pennsylvania, it's really, I think that, it's about the judges. That if these high court judges are voted in to keep their jobs for yet another 10 years, you know how that matters, because everything has gone to the high court and they have a large Democrat majority right now. And so you know the deal. Same thing in Pennsylvania. So vote according. I never tell people who to vote for, because I would never question. I would never do that. I think that's what Democrats do. They tell people what to do, who to vote for, and they want control over them. That's horrible. That's a horrible thing. Do we have Donald Trump speaking yesterday? So Trump doing the 60-minute interview on CBS and trolling them a little bit about that, $16 million settlement he received because CBS was out of line. But let's listen in. Here's Trump talking about SNAP. Do we have it? Trump on 60 Minutes. I'll just give it to you because we're running out of time. Trump, what he was saying, which is correct, that never before in our nation's history has one side or the other. So whether it's Democrats or whether it's Republicans, when you have that so-called clean sheet, right? That when you have that, they all can agree that, all right, we're not going to shut down the government as long as we just vote in the Senate, right? On the Senate side, we're going to vote that as long as it's a non-political, just clean little agreement, that we'll just keep on talking, we'll keep on negotiating, and we'll keep on funding the government. Okay, in other words, there's nothing written in there that gives one side or the other an advantage. Never before in our history have we seen one side refuse to just go to agree to that and say, okay, neither side gets any advantage. It's a clean, even keel here, and we're going to continue to negotiate, but we'll agree that the government gets funded as we continue. We're not agreeing to one side or the other or to make any advantage for the other. We're just agreeing that we're going to keep funding things. Democrats won't agree. I just want to make sure that you understand that as you go out about your day and they go, well, it's Trump's fault. Well, it's really not. And that's what Trump was articulating as he was speaking on 60 Minutes Extra, whatever it's called, with Norah O'Donnell, who's out of a job, as far as the big anchor job. But in that one, Trump he's not wrong. I mean, they've never done this before. Why? Well, because they know that what this is about is funding these ridiculous subsidies that continue to support something that was only meant for emergency use during the pandemic. And by the way, also, this was already created as legislation. It was voted on with the big, beautiful bill, as we call it, and that is the defunding of these subsidies that are only emergency subsidies. Why is that? We cannot afford it. Look at that national debt clock. Just go ahead and, if you have a chance throughout the day, the national debt clock, it blows your mind. 38 trillion plus. We've never seen a deficit like this. A big portion of that is because we, the people, we've been paying all these subsidies. We cannot afford it. We cannot afford the way that the ironically named Affordable Care Act, which is not affordable, and Obamacare so-called, we just can't afford it. And that's really what we're talking about. And the fact that blue states like Pennsylvania have refused to show where all the money goes with benefits like SNAP, well, that's ridiculous too. It's just wrong. It's terrible. And if we had media that would just be honest about that and ask the question, well, how come? How come we don't have transparency, right? It's wrong. You're paying for this. I'm paying for it. We're all paying for it. And if Republicans don't stick to their guns right now, if they blink, then it's not just about us. It's about your great grandkids. This debt, how do we dig out from it? I mean, right now the tariffs are helping do so, but at some point you can't dig out of it. And that's why it is dire, and Republicans cannot blink. And the Democrats, they're willing, and they've said the quiet part out loud, they are willing to allow families to go hungry because it's about leverage. Remember that I played all those clips for you last week. We got to get to the great Tony Bruno, Miss Robin. I'm always so honored to come on, to be on the air with these real icons and legends of local media that we love and adore. So Tony, and also I really envy you guys for having the Casa Bruno and building your palace. It's a wonderful thing. As we know.
Well, thank you. It's not finished yet, Don, but no, it's our honor. I mean, you're the legendary figure here in media, not only in Philadelphia media, but right down here in Fort Myers media with the great Wink News Department. Worked your way up the way you're supposed to, the way it used to be. I mean, if you get a job as a major anchor in a big city without any experience, good for you. But you worked your way up to become an icon. Robin and I are just, hangers on right now.
Now, does Miss Robin? You're both wearing the blue. Robin? Do you coordinate? Because I try to do this with Lair Bear.
It's so weird. We do not purposely coordinate, but we find that on days more so than not, we just do it unconsciously. Like, I don't know how it happens, but we'll look at each other and going, "Hey, you chose the same color."
Well, it was chilly this morning. It was like in the upper 50s. So I had to put a long sleeve and a hoodie on. I may do the show with the hoodie on today. Because it's a little nipply down here in Florida.
Woo, yes, and we are dog sitting the great Penny, who many people have met already before. And she...
The greatest rescue dog in the history of rescue dogs. And I'm not saying anybody who meets Penny, we took her into Home Depot yesterday. I mean, she's just the sweetest. She doesn't bark. She doesn't chase other people. She's a sweet, sweet dog. And she was rescued. They were going to put her to death. And Luigi, our buddy Luigi Curto, up there in the Mayfair section.
Yeah, she had heartworm, and they were going to put her down. And he rescued her and did the whole heart. I mean, this is like, if you've ever had dogs that have heartworm, it's like a 6-month process. It's expensive, and you don't know if they're going to survive or not. And he went through it with her. She survived. She's awesome.
Yeah, so she's awesome. You're awesome. Now, did you have any trick-or-treaters, Dawn? Was the weekend quiet?
Oh, yeah. Trick-or-treaters. And then you're left with all of the good candy, if you have leftover candy, you know what I mean? And then you're trying to, I should have brought it to work so that I'm not tempted.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, that's the problem with working from home. There is no place to bring it to work.
Robin goes out on Friday afternoon before we did the night show, after we did the Dom show on Friday to do our nighttime show. And she goes to Publix and buys leftover Halloween candy or clearance Halloween candy.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's the real candy, but it's like it's all shaped in Halloween figurines. Like the Kit Kats are shaped like ghosts. So she puts them in the fridge, and then I proceed to just scarf them all down all weekend long when I'm watching TV.
Well,
I love it.
Friday night, I realized I'm like, there could be that one child that comes to the house on Friday, and we don't have any candy, so I just bought some that were on 25% off. And the one child that came is Tony Bruno.
By the way, we went into Home Depot yesterday since the Eagles weren't playing. So we ran out to get some railing stuff for the house because the house is still not completely finished yet. So we have to pass the final inspection or we get thrown out. And where was I going to go with this, Robin?
I don't know. I was not inside your head at that moment.
So we go to Home Depot and all of those gigantic Halloween decorations that you see, like the 10-foot tall skeletons, they're all gone. They cleaned them out.
They did
on Saturday. So you wonder, do they put them in a warehouse? They don't have room. Everywhere, not just here in Florida, but everywhere with a Home Depot, Lowe's, whatever, there are gigantic Halloween. Halloween has become the biggest holiday as far as retail sales and the build up to it. We build up to Christmas and Thanksgiving, but Halloween
it rivals
now,
Christmas for spending.
Oh
Absolutely.
yeah.
I don't know what the actual final accounting is, but I would be curious to find out how many millions of dollars are spent comparatively between
billions
Halloween
of
and
dollars. Now, do they take EBT for Halloween costumes left over from the holiday?
Listen,
by the way, we're going to have on today, John.
Who?
We're going to have Joe Gruters on, the freshly elected RNC chair for the entire Republican Party. We will talk about the elections tomorrow, obviously in New Jersey. So he's going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour. We're going to have a lot of fun. It's Monday, and life is good.
Life is good. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, in for Dom Giordano. It all starts now.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
If you or someone you love worked around asbestos in construction, factories, or the military, you need to hear this. No amount of asbestos exposure is considered safe, and family history or overall health can raise the risk of mesothelioma. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com brings together oncology navigators and veteran specialists to help find the right doctors, sort out insurance, and connect you with clinical trials, home health, and emotional support, all at no cost to you. We can also help you secure financial assistance to help pay medical expenses. A diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but mesothelioma is not the same prognosis as it was years ago. There is help and hope. Visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1941. That's 800-681-1941. 800-681-1941.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and are moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at World Cafe Live in Philly, Wednesday, November 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, it's 12 to 3. Yo, it's 12 to 3 on 1210 WPHT. Dom's out, we're in Philly, buckle up with me. Tony, Bruno, mic in hand, no filter, full throttle. Philin' Giordano seat, let's pop this bottle. Miss Robbins here, new sets.
Oh, yes, indeed, kiddies. Beautiful Monday. Hope you all had a safe Halloween weekend, All Saints Day, All Souls Day, all whatever the hell you want to do day. As long as you're alive, happy. But we have breaking news getting right out of the gate. I'm Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Austin in here for Dom Giordano, who will be back in the country tomorrow, just in time for Election Day coverage. We will be doing his show, but he will be back in the United States unless the airplanes get canceled and the air traffic control at Philly International shuts down and nobody gets in or out. We'll keep an eye on that as the government shutdown drags on. And we're hearing now that once the elections are done tomorrow, then they'll figure out what to do about the government shutdown, which is all a bunch of crap. But we have all kinds of good stuff on the show today, Robin. But the breaking news out of Florida here. We don't normally get breaking news, but I got to play this. This is huge. Just breaking here in Florida, where we are broadcasting live from Cape Coral in Lee County. Governor Ron DeSantis, you may have heard of him. He has just announced that both ammo and guns are tax-free through the end of the year, ladies and gentlemen.
Woohoo!
Come on
Shopping
down.
spree.
And you know what's going to happen? If Mamdani wins in New York, then everybody will come down. And when you get tax-free ammo and guns in the free state of Florida, that's just imagine the savings. You'll be able to get yourself a nice condo here, get the hell out of New York, and live in the free state of Florida with us.
Come on down.
Come on down. What do you think of that, Henry Machete and Kirk Corliss?
Sounds like a
Isn't
great
that
deal to
great?
me. Yeah, absolutely.
Corleone.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. No taxes? That's
Yeah.
why I love Ron DeSantis. The guy doesn't mess around.
We just need to get rid of the property taxes.
Yep.
And we already don't have wage
FAO.
taxes down here. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we don't have state income tax, which is good, which is why a lot of athletes like to play in Florida, except the Miami Dolphins. They don't like to play anywhere. You know what I mean? They just stink.
Manglemush just said that's worth a 20-hour drive.
Exactly
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can't
just
exactly
the money
find-
you'll save on taxes, you'll be able to fill your gas tank up for under $3 a gallon. Anyway, we got a lot of good stuff today. We will have the chairman freshly minted, as they like to say. This guy was elected on Friday. Well, no one was paying attention. The Republican National Committee, their chairman last year during the Trump campaign was Michael Whatley from North Carolina. Sounds like a British rock guy, right? Michael Whatley. What band was Michael Whatley in, Robin? He wasn't.
It sounds like he was fired from The Who.
Was he fired from The Who?
That's what he sounds like to me.
Yeah, exactly, right.
There was a Watley, though, that was
I
part of
know.
something.
There's a lot of Whatleys. For who? For what? But the bottom line is Michael Whatley did a great job, helped get Trump elected. And so now they just voted for a new. And this was unanimous. So on Friday, while no one was paying attention and out there getting candy, we have a new RNC chairman. Not we, the RNC does. I'm not part of the RNC. So he was elected, and he's going to be on the show. And guess what? He lives here in Florida. He lives basically north of us in Sarasota and Manatee counties. That's who he represents in the Florida state legislature. So he's going to be on, and we will talk about the elections, not all over the country, but obviously the big one here in New Jersey of national import. We'll see whether or not, Barack Obama out pimping white women instead of black women. After last year, he told black people to vote for the black guy, the black woman, and now Obama's out there yesterday telling black people to vote for the white chick in Virginia. So I'm confused. I don't know what the criteria is to endorse people when you're, and Barack Obama is very active, and he's out there, but he didn't really do much for the Democrats or Kamala Harris. Did he last year when he was in Philly, remember, on the art museum steps and all of these big celebrities came in?
I have the rules for you, Tony.
You have rules? Let me write them down.
Okay. If you're a Republican, you just vote for whoever's best.
Well, whoever you think is best.
Right. Whoever you think is best. It doesn't matter what the color. If you are a Democrat, you always vote for a person of color unless they are Republican. Then you vote because then they're an Uncle Tom, and then you vote for the white person.
Exactly. That makes sense. It makes sense to me, Robin. I mean, let's be honest.
That's it. That's all you have to remember, and then you're good to go.
It's a joke. That's what politics are, a joke, and that's why I hate it. But we have to talk about it because there's an election tomorrow. And is this today the last day of early voting? When do the polls close tonight?
I would assume you could still get them in right up until voting time
Can
tomorrow.
you go to the post office at midnight tonight like you used to take? Remember when we used to have to run to the post office to get our income tax forms in? We'd go to 30th Street Station so that they were postmarked by April 15th.
There'd be a long line.
Remember those days? Now nobody pays their taxes, and they shouldn't. I believe people should stop paying taxes.
We need to abolish the IRS. That should be another one on
Well,
the
my
list.
son works there. I don't want him to be out of work.
Oh, trust me, there will be enough other jobs if the IRS has been abolished. But abolishing the IRS, if you think about it, it was never an organization that was it was kind of shady to begin with.
Absolutely.
And we're paying taxes on things that we already pay taxes for.
Exactly right, Robin. Double taxation without representation is even worse than just taxation without. It's double. It's double means normally good. Like you get double meat on a sandwich.
Yeah.
That's good.
Or double coupon day.
Or double coupons. Or double mint twins stop by your house unexpectedly when you're sitting around and drinking on a Friday night. And by the way, whatever happened to the double mint twins? Remember those, Robin?
Double mint, double mint. What was that jingle?
I don't remember. Double your flavor, double your fun with double you. No, that's
no, that was it.
I don't know. Double your pleasure, double your fun.
Yes. Double mint, double mint.
Double mint gum. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have some John Fetterman today. We'll have a man dressed as a woman, scolding a woman dressed as an Indian for Halloween. The Halloween leftovers, like the candy. The thing about 1210 WPHT, the studios, they get tasty cakes delivered every day. Now,
Absolutely.
Did people clean out the tasty cakes? All of the cheapskates there are people who don't make a lot of money, like most of the production staff. And
Exactly right.
And did they take home all the peanut butter candy takes and all of the other great tasty cake studio product?
Well, Tony, be honest, there's a few hosts that kind of scarfs them more than the producers do. I'm not going to say who.
People could possibly identify this person without doxing him or giving his home address. And I'm assuming it's a man, right? I'm assuming it's a male member of the organization.
Yes.
Now, what if somebody, out of the goodness of their heart, took that home so that they could give it out to the needy children?
I don't think so, Miss Robin.
You got free stuff laying around a radio station or anybody's office. It's like back in the day, when you had access to the printer paper and all of the stuff, the staplers and stuff. People would clean out their own offices,
go
right?
shopping, absolutely.
You go in and get paper. You're out of paper. Go in and get a couple of stacks of paper. Take them home.
Absolutely.
Take home some staplers, some pens,
staplers,
yeah, all that stuff.
Hole punches, pens. When you still needed pencils and erasers.
Exactly.
Those
were the good old days, and there wasn't any rioting or people going crazy. The companies knew it. They knew hey, you need an extra ream of paper because you have to print some documents this weekend or your tax returns.
Or how about just making photocopies?
Exactly.
Hey, you go to work and you would photocopy.
Well, you would
of
put your butt
stuff.
on the photo. I mean, that was the rage back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
I wish I
Remember
could do that
Who
today.
didn't do that? Do we still do that today?
I wish I could. I feel like I get fired for that.
Yeah.
Like exposing myself in the workplace or something.
You're not exposing yourself. You do it. You go into whether it's a big copier, you go into the room and you close the door. Then you prop yourself up and go butt down.
Yeah, but here's the problem,
What?
Tony.
Yeah.
The copiers nowadays have a memory card in it.
Yeah.
So you can actually, like, if something happens, you can go back and it stores what you were supposed to copy so people can find out what you did.
That's all right. People want people to find out what they did. Why do you think they take pictures of their butts on copy machines?
There's also no door to the copy room either. So if I were doing this, I'd be doing it just for everyone to see.
You think people are like, oh, I don't want to get caught taking a picture of my butt by sitting on the copy machine.
I never did the behind, but there definitely were some few Tata.
Oh yeah, the Tata shots are good.
Tata.
Now they do that in the hospital when they charge you $1 million for a what do you call it when they do the
I know the mammogram. So this is
mammogram,
funny.
yeah.
I've made this comparison. When you go in for a mammogram and they squish the boobies, which you should do at least once a year, ladies, go squish your boobies. There's nothing wrong with it. Doesn't hurt.
Or sometimes on the weekend when there's excess boobies to be squeezed, I will help to see if there's any lumps in there. That's the kind of guy I am. I'm here for the people. Not for my
Such
pleasure.
a sweet guy.
Not for my pleasure.
I think of, like, how many women over the years have squished their boobies on a copy machine.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the same idea. So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to squish your boobies, ladies.
Exactly
Go
right.
and get it done.
I totally agree, Robin. This is a show that's about science, common sense, and all the good things wrapped into one. We're just getting this party started. Michael Watley's not the DNC commissioner, but we will have the new one. We have lots of good audio today, and we'll check to see what the kids in the land of 10,000 lakes are doing up in Minnesota. No, they're not celebrating the Vikings beating the highly favored Detroit Lions yesterday. They have another celebration. They're getting ready for Election Day tomorrow. We'll have that tape and a whole bunch more as we're just getting started. It is Monday, November 3rd, a date that will live in November 3rd, 2025 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
No, 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 no. We're voting no, 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 no. We'll all be voting no. Oh, when we see the name of Donahue, we vote no. And when we see the name of we vote no. Yeah, when we see the name we vote no. We're saving Pennsylvania.
Are you tired of out-of-control elitist judges? This year, Pennsylvania voters have the unique opportunity to send these judges packing. It's time for a reset and to put term limits on our judges. We can hold career judges accountable by voting no, no, no on the retention vote for Supreme Court. On Tuesday, November 4th, vote no on Christine Donahue. Vote no on Kevin Doherty. Vote no on David Wecht.
No, 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 no. We're voting no, 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 no. No, no, no,
Paid for by Responsible Government for Central PA.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We're an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
A mesothelioma diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com has helped thousands of families find care and get the financial help they deserve.
I was diagnosed with pleural mesothelioma in July of 2019. I connected with asbestos.com. I remember thinking that perhaps we can get some help, that there's money out there. It was the best decision ever. And I ended up with college money for my children.
50% of mesothelioma patients and families in the U.S. turn to us for help each year. For trusted, compassionate support, visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1942. That's 800-681-1942. 800-681-1942.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Could
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah. Oh, I may have to get my drumsticks out for this. Dom Show, 1210 WPHT, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Austin filling in. You can follow us on social media at Tony Bruno Show on X, at Miss Robin Austin, who's not on X right now, but, if she takes some medication later on, we'll see what happened. Yeah, we did tear up the Kit Kats Friday and Saturday night. You got to do that. Meanwhile, we have breaking news, and that's what's great about being on in the daytime, because this is when most of the news breaks.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like in the morning, everybody's rehashing what happened. But now this is a big story. I got to get the breaking news sounder now. This is how important this is now. From ABC News, well, no one's left because everybody's been fired by being sued by Trump into oblivion at ABC, just like ESPN and Disney still aren't on YouTube. But that's a different story for a different time, because the big story at this hour, I'm not making this up, Nancy Pelosi has announced that she will not seek re-election in 2026. I can't believe it. I mean, she's only 85 years old.
Just a
give her
kid.
another couple of years.
I am shocked that she is actually going to do it. She should have retired long ago, but she's actually stepping down. That's amazing.
But I mean, she's still spry. She's still out there. She still looks. I'm joking, Robin. I mean, term limits. And listen, not because she's a Democrat. There are a lot of relics from all parties who should be in homes right now. They should be here in Florida cutting my grass. They should not be representing anybody anywhere. That's unbelievable.
No.
85 years old.
See, I keep going back and forth.
And that's right now.
Tony,
She'll be 86 next year.
Here's the question. Should there be an age limit, or should there be a cognitive test?
Both. There should be term limits on how many terms you can serve. That's the bottom line.
No, I agree with that.
Because people get into the people like the Nancy Pelosi's of the world and the Chuck Schumers and the Republicans too. They get into politics. And they get into politics and they're worth $1 million, and then 2 years later they're worth $10 million. You don't get that on a $175,000 salary a year. If I could do that on a $175,000 a year salary and be worth $10 million in 2 years, who wouldn't do that? So they're not serving and I'm not saying every single one of them. There's a lot of honorable people who have had a great career in the private sector and they want to serve people and then run for election. But most of these guys, these women and men who have been in there for decades, term after term after term. Now, remember, the Senate is 6 years. Mm-hmm. The House is every 2 years. So how many, I have to do the math, Robin. You're the math expert here. How many times has Nancy Pelosi been reelected to be not just Speaker of the House, obviously. She's a Speaker Emeritus now, or Emerita, or whatever they say.
So what was her total amount in office?
Well, I don't know. You have to look it up.
Okay.
You think I can't? I don't even remember how long I've been in office. I've been here since about 7 o'clock this morning, though. I can remember that.
One thing I always find crazy about Nancy Pelosi's political career is that there's pictures with her and JFK.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh no,
I got pictures with Nancy Pelosi. Did you know that?
I didn't. No.
Have you seen Robin? We should send them.
Oh yeah,
pictures
send those
of me.
over and put them up on YouTube.
Nancy Pelosi was a big fan of mine. I'm not making this up.
Really?
When I was on the air in L.A., I lived in L.A., but I was in San Francisco almost every weekend. Robin and I would travel up there. Her family's there. We would do shows in San Francisco. I did stuff, with the Niners and the Sharks and all the other teams and the Dodgers in L.A. And I got to meet a lot of the political muckety mucks. And most of them were Democrats because Democrats run San Francisco and they run California.
Right.
But I was hosting an event for the Italian American, what was it called, Robert? NIAF.
Yeah.
The National Italian American Foundation has a ball every year. And the biggest names in the Italo-American community, if we can say that, would show up. And I was the MC one year. And I was doing a live show in the lobby of the hotel. There were two. One in San Francisco I did, and then the one in Los Angeles. Remember, Robin? There were two.
Correct.
And then so one of them, I'm doing a live show in the lobby of the hotel, and all these muckety mucks come in, and there was a red carpet, but I was the only person broadcasting. So many of them came over and sat down with me. Tommy Lasorda. The list goes on and on and on. John Favreau, not the guy who's the Obama hack, the actor John Favreau. I mean, the list of names was off the charts. And you have to see this. So Nancy Pelosi sees me as she's walking in because she can hear me because I'm on a little loudspeaker. And she says her person comes over and says to Robin, "Oh, Nancy wants to get a picture with Tony Bruno. She's a big fan because she used to listen to me in the mornings on KNBR in San Francisco. I was on every morning."
And her husband was a huge fan.
I wish I had
right.
I wish I had gotten stock tips back then from him.
No,
I'd be rich right now.
Okay, speaking of Pelosi.
Yes.
So Pelosi first came into office with the Democratic Party in February of 1981. She was a volunteer since the 60s.
Right. Well, her family grew up in Baltimore. They were big muckety mucks in Baltimore.
So in 1962, she married businessman Paul Pelosi. Then she was raising children. In 60s, she volunteered and she rose through there. She actually was in office from February 27th, 1981.
1981. That doesn't seem like long ago for people old like me, but that's a long time.
And she didn't become technically part of the House of Representatives until 1987.
So 87?
Yeah.
So how many terms is that, Robin? Does it say
that's
how many
38 years.
38 years.
So
I hate math. They told me there wasn't going to be any math on this show.
Let's see how many. So that's
I'm not a fan of math either, Tony.
No, nobody is.
The term is 6 years for that?
No, it's
There's
2
2
years
years
for
for that.
Congress. It's 6 years for the Senate.
Okay. So 38 divided by 2, that's 19 times that she has been
19 times that she's been reelected. I don't think she's ever been challenged. I don't think she's ever won an election by like 10 million votes. I'm joking, but she's, people will vote for her because they know her. Do we find the picture of me and Nancy, Robin?
Okay,
that's the one I was still dyeing my beard. But I got to tell you, I look pretty good. And so did Nancy. You'll see this picture. And she's a nice, listen, I don't think she's an evil woman. I think she's just a party hack. She's in power. And when you get in power and then everybody tells you how great you are, then you believe it. And she's been a good soldier for her party, Robin. It doesn't matter what happens. So David in South Carolina, 38 divided by 2 is 19. So 19 consecutive terms.
Correct.
As a member of the United States House of Representatives. Beautiful, man. Now, 85. Now, seriously, a lot of people like in my business, they keep working until they die on the air. I never wanted to do that, but now I think that's what's going to happen. Because I still have to pay for this house and a lot of other things. So I'm going to work till I die. But it's not because I want to work every day, 12 hours a day, and I need to be on the air to get my ego stroked. I don't do this for ego strokes. I do it because I like it and people ask me to do it. That's why. But if somebody asked me to do a full-time job 5 days a week where I have to get up, because when you do this kind of job, you just can't flop down in a chair and have everything prepared for you. You're not the comics who have the jokes written by 15 people. You got to prepare for this stuff. And if you're not prepared, whether you're doing a talk show or a sports show, people can hear that you have no clue what you're talking about.
We have more breaking news, Tony Bruno.
More?
Kirk,
wow, what is going on out
Kirk
there?
Kirk just sent this over. The U.S. will spend $4.65 billion to cover benefits for existing SNAP households. The USDA is going to do that.
They're going to start sending them out?
$4.65 billion.
I want to know, and the news is that they've freed the money so far. I mean, I know it's going to cost billions of dollars because there's a gazillion people on it.
Here's the problem, and Don was talking about this earlier, is that yes, Trump could cave easily,
but Trump doesn't make these decisions.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what the Democrats are doing is extortion. They are saying that they are going to keep doing this until Trump caves on something that had already been voted to not do by the American people, and to have him cave, so to speak, and suddenly give in to what the Democrats are demanding would totally go against what the American people voted for. And that's wrong. And that is why Trump is standing strong. And the fact that the Democrats are making it out to be as if Trump is doing this on purpose is a complete and utter outrage.
They were mad that he was doing deals overseas with Asia because he wasn't in the country. So it's ridiculous. Anyway, did we get the Nancy Pelosi?
Yes,
we'll get the
the
latest on that. I want to see the confirmation on whether that actually has been determined, because I don't see anything on my breaking news feeds. So I know what the cost is. Well, nobody knows what $4 billion is, okay? When they throw these numbers out, it's going to cost $4 billion to reopen the government and pay SNAP benefits. What person can understand what $4 billion is? I worry about my taxes on my credit cards and all of my interest fees and all of the charges, and paying 32% on a loan. You know, people, we got to pay down the deficit. Nobody cares about paying down the deficit. And I know our future generations will be no, they won't. The government will always keep spending other people's money, and then they'll never be able to pay it back because the interest rates are so high, even if they come down. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Oh, we got to pay down the national debt. Then go give the government all your money. You can pay it down. I can't even pay down my credit card bills. Who's going to pay my bills, my automobiles, my telephone bills?
All right. I just sent Henry the picture of you and Nancy Pelosi.
Jeez, Robin, that was like 10 minutes ago. What are we doing? Sending it by teletype machine? Did you have to fax it to him?
It took me a while to find it.
I have it in my files.
What was even weirder, so this particular event that we were at, the NIAF, all of a sudden Secret Service comes in because, so she's she was Speaker of the House. She's Speaker of the House already. So she was prior to her entering, there were like 6 or 7 Secret Service with, the things in their ear. And then she comes through, she takes one look, Tony's on the air. She takes one look and I can hear her say to whoever she was walking with, she says, "Oh my, that's Tony Bruno. I need to speak to him." And then she keeps going because she was late.
Yeah, she had to go into the big room where the banquet was.
And then,
before at the end of the night, I went up there and did the emceeing job, but I was interviewing all the people coming in.
Then like maybe 10, 15 minutes later, one Secret Service guy comes out and leans over to Tony and says, "Miss Pelosi would like to speak to you, please. Please follow me." And Tony's like, "All right."
So we took a couple of pictures and she was very nice. And again, she's a political animal. That's her job. Nobody's been more loyal to a party, no matter what they do wrong. She will always defend her party, and to a fault. Even John Fetterman, he's a Democrat. He's going to vote Democrat 99% of the time. But he, unlike a lot of people, and that's why now the Democrats are turning on him, is because he says, I can't agree with everything because my party says I'm supposed to. That's how common sense people think.
Right.
If I'm working for a company and everything they do is wrong, if I say, hey, I don't like it, they're going to say, then hit the pike. You know what I mean? They're not going to keep me on board if I don't tout the company line. Now, I'm allowed, when you're doing talk radio, your company gives you unless you go something crazy and you do something that's going to cost the company a lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
But I try to be respectful and understand things. But the whole thing about entitlement is ridiculous. So anyway, we'll talk about that. Where's the picture, Robin? There she is.
There's the picture.
Look how good I looked, and look how good Nancy looked. What year was that? Do you know, Robin?
That would have been 2009 or 10. That was in L.A.
I would look pretty good, Robin.
Yeah, you did.
Both of
them.
them.
I was pretty.
Yeah. I
was clean. I was real clean. I wonder
She
why
was
all those
getting
chicks.
real up close in the grill there, Tony.
Hey, I didn't even have to say to her, "Do you know who I am, Nancy?"
All right, here just really quick before we go to break.
Yes.
Here is the information. This is from KTNV.
KTNV, is that a station?
And
Yeah, the station in Las Vegas.
Las
ABC
Vegas.
affiliate.
Oh, Vegas, baby.
yeah.
Did you say Vegas? Vegas, baby.
So
Yeah.
This is by the Scripps News Group. The federal government told a judge Monday it will use all remaining contingency funds to provide reduced supplement nutrition assistance program SNAP benefits in November as the shutdown continues to block news spreading. The decision follows a lawsuit filed in Rhode Island by nonprofit groups on Friday. A federal judge ordered the government to use available funds to continue providing benefits.
SNAP. They should.
Right. But I think that, and I don't know if there's any way to make this happen on this particular payment, but we need to make sure that it's actually just going to Americans.
Well, you think they're going to be able to figure that out?
No.
Since there are so many people who are not
And that's the
legally
whole
in the
point.
country who are getting, how do they determine
whole
who's
point.
eligible?
That's the whole point. And, but the fact that it's going to happen through November.
That's good.
That's good.
The people who need this should get it. The people that don't need it shouldn't get it. Pretty simple. You know what I'm saying? Even Bryn Mawr Builder's giving me some love with that photo of Nancy Pelosi. He thinks I'm just some right-wing hack. I'm not. I listen to everybody. I talk to everybody. I don't care who they vote for, what their political beliefs are. I don't judge people on their politics. I don't care about people's politics because politics didn't used to matter to people.
Amen.
Speaking
You
of
never
which,
talked
Got that
about
right.
politics when you went to a family event, right?
Speaking of which,
Yes.
we should when we come back from a break,
Mhm.
we should go to John Fetterman saying exactly that.
Yeah, we'll get a little John Fetterman, still pissing off the folks out there. And we'll take calls. We haven't given out the phone number yet, Robin. The phone lines are open, for goodness sake.
855-839-1210. We are here for your calling pleasure.
And then we'll have the new chairman of the RNC, the Republican National Committee, to talk about the local elections. He's here in Florida, but he represents the entire country. And obviously here in the Philadelphia area where you're voting, the New Jersey gubernatorial race is a big one. He's not going to get into the Philly DA thing because, that's not his thing. Plus, Philly will always vote for Democrats. But will they vote in New Jersey for a Republican? We'll find out. We'll get his take. And much more still ahead. We're just getting this party started. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, till 3 o'clock on The Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Picture this. You're halfway through a DIY car fix and boom, you're missing a part. It's okay because whatever it is, it's on eBay and it's guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to tell you about my good friend, personal dental specialist and board-certified prosthodontist. That's Dr. Robert Bentz. He has exciting news to share. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certifications, and that's no small feat. With over 11 years of training and 33 years of experience between them, it's thrilling to know that Dr. Emily Bentz joins Dr. Bentz in providing the best in customized, innovative care for the most complex dental cases like mine. In addition to the exceptional general dentistry services provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz, a true family affair. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did and call Dr. Bentz. Call the Bentz Dental Group at 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Yeah. No, we're not playing this for Miss Robin today. And not for Nancy. Well, is this a shot at Nancy Pelosi?
Yeah, Miss Robbins called her an evil woman, and then I was like, oh, well, I know what song I'm playing when I come back from next break.
But we have people now also on our Twitter feed. Yes. So again, if you're following us, tell your friends on Twitter, X.
And make sure that you, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure that you do the little thumbs up.
Like the show, slam that subscribe button.
So, because Tony posted that photograph of him and Nancy Pelosi, here is somebody on X at MBFK saying, at 12:10 WPHT, I never realized how left-leaning Tony Bruno is. Very hard to listen to. We'll come back when Dom Show returns. Miss Robin, you are a living saint.
I know. I've been trying to hide the fact that I'm a far left zealot. I mean, I just tout the company line. Whatever they tell me, I do.
Oh, yeah. You are so company-like. Now, this actually goes hand in hand with the next video clip that we are going to be showing of John Fetterman defending his meeting with Trump.
Now, I guess he taped an interview with Lara Trump, who does a pre-taped show that they run on Saturday night on Fox.
Okay.
So I think he taped it on Friday.
So it's not Donald Trump, but maybe he met with Donald Trump as well during that time.
No, he didn't. He defended meeting with Trump.
Yeah.
So I guess this is a clip from that Lara Trump interview, which is the most recent one. But he's been talking to anybody that asks him.
Yes.
If he's sitting out with his hoodie on a bench in Washington and somebody asks him a question, he'll answer the question.
Kind of like you.
Who knew? Let's go to the tape.
Yeah, and I think this was in January, but before he actually took office. But I think that experience, I would use the same words that my friend Bill Maher uses: gracious and just absolutely. It was pleasant, and it wasn't a show or anything. It was just like a conversation, and we could find things that we might agree on. And I thought it was a good conversation. And honestly, why wouldn't the senator of the state that carried him in the election, and I know plenty of people that voted too, hey, he invited? Absolutely. It's not about bending a knee. It's about having a conversation with the president. And I think that's entirely appropriate. And as a senator, I'm not sure why anyone would find that controversial. We have to work together. That's how it works. Some terms we're in the majority. Sometimes we're in the minority. That's why we all work together. That's the way democracy is.
Wow.
How controversial. It's just amazing how...
It's amazing. That's controversial.
It's amazing that we have come to the point where people are being told, don't have a conversation. Just cut everybody off that doesn't agree with you. Cut people off that are on the quote unquote opposite sides. And yeah, the reason why they want you to do that is because if you actually have conversations, you find out that you have more in common than not. You might have some you might have a different opinion on abortion, but the rest of the stuff you might have all in common. Or you might have a different opinion on Israel, but the rest of the stuff you might have in common. I mean, it's just amazing how so many, and this is actually not just the Democrats, although the Democrats definitely are more proponents of this, but both political parties kind of want you to not talk to each other.
Exactly. That's the only way you can communicate. Unless you're in a bar, and you have a couple of cocktails, and then you get a room and you go upstairs, and then get between the sheets. But by the way, David in South Carolina says, I just dropped a bag of bricks on the like button on the YouTube chat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That is what you should do. And you should share it. You should take the URL and send it off to people and say, watch this right now.
Watch it. Watch it. Show me what you're working with. Meanwhile, let's see. So we got the Nancy Pelosi, and I'll tell you right now who wants to replace her in Congress. And if you think Nancy Pelosi is a hack, and she's not a hack, she's a loyalist to her party. You can hate her all you want. I don't hate Nancy Pelosi. She does what she was elected to do. Her nephew is Gavin Newsom. It's all a family affair. They all went from Baltimore to San Francisco and became the most powerful people in the country from the San Francisco area. But they started in Baltimore.
But
But the person who's going to try to, I want people to know, because I know this guy from San Francisco, and he is a dangerous person. And again, not because I disagree with him, not because he's gay, not because he does crazy stuff. You know, he's always in leather and stuff and does all these gay marches. I don't care what he does with his personal life, but his personal life is what makes him do what he does. He flaunts the fact that he actually passed a bill in the state Senate to make HIV positive men not have to tell a partner that he may or may not meet, somebody he may or may not know, that he is HIV positive before having sex with them. That's what he sees. This is his name is Scott Wiener. Scott Wiener, he's a state senator from San Francisco, and this guy is absolutely bonkers and should never set foot in the U.S. Congress, ever. That's my opinion. You can vote for him as many times as you want, but I'm telling you, when you start hearing about this guy now that Nancy Pelosi has officially announced that she is not seeking re-election, everybody's going to want that House seat, another House seat.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't want to lose a House seat. I don't know who will run against this guy on the Republican side. I mean, the fact that Scott Wiener is positioning himself to be a member of the United States, heir apparent to Nancy Pelosi. You talk about a downgrade. It's more than a downgrade. This is an outrage to anybody with common sense, because there's a guy in San Francisco, his name is J.J. Smith.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes out in the streets. He's one of those citizen journalists. He takes his camera out, and I saw this over the weekend, and I thought it was an old video. On Halloween morning, Halloween night at like midnight, he goes out into San Francisco on Market Street. If you've been to San Francisco, Market Street's the main drag. He went out on Halloween night with his phone, and he started taping. And he taped for like an hour. And the video is something out of a zombie movie. This is not doctored. You have to watch him. His name is J.J. Smith. He posts this stuff. And then you see these people, they're dogs with no legs and people just sitting there.
Now, that's not how his actual handle is.
I know, it's like it's got
War
24182236.
But he shows you,
and this is not doctored,
the horrible reality of
these
what
people
the
are
streets of San
living like
Francisco are.
zombies. I'm not kidding you. Have to go watch. I posted it over the weekend. Repost it if you can get it, Robin.
I just sent the link to. I don't know how much we can actually post, and a lot.
There's
of
no
this,
profanity because this guy, he treats the people nice. He's not out there getting in people's faces. He's a mild-mannered guy. His name is J.J. Smith, and he goes out into the streets of San Francisco every day because the San Francisco media, the Chronicle, all the TV stations, they won't show this stuff. The new mayor, Daniel Lurie, he's claiming how he's cleaned the streets and getting the drug addicts off the street. It's worse than ever. I mean, you think Philly and Kensington and a lot of these neighborhoods where people are just, zombies walking around all stoned and, zombied out. San Francisco's Market Street is absolute. You will not see that in third world countries.
If you scroll down, we don't have time for it right now.
We'll play it when we come back. When we come back, actually, we're going to be joined by Joe Gruters, who is the chairman of the Republican National Committee, not to pimp Republican talking points, but to get his take on what's going on with the elections tomorrow. He lives here in Florida, but he took over as the RNC chair on Friday, and now he's the guy in charge of running the elections, or at least for the party. So we'll talk to him. We'll ask him about the New Jersey elections and how he's feeling. Jack Chitterelli, a big story in the Philadelphia, New Jersey area. So we'll get his spin on that and what he thinks lies ahead. That's all coming up. It's Tony, Bruno, and Miss Robin. We're going to take a break right now and then come back?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's take a break. We'll come back with Joe Gruters. We'll take your calls. What's the phone number, Robin?
855-839-1210.
Exactly right.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
These next 8 days should be very interesting. Tonight we get to watch the Cowboys, the unpredictable Cowboys, as they host Arizona on Monday Night Football. Tomorrow is the NFL trade deadline. The Birds could still use help at corner and edge rusher. And of course, a week from tonight, the Birds are at Lambeau Field to meet the Packers. That's a game many of us circled when the schedule came out. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives are the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time, without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. 0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Voters hit the polls tomorrow for a big gubernatorial race in New Jersey and Supreme Court retention in Pennsylvania, among other key contests. The family of a middle school student attacked last spring with a travel mug while at school is suing the North Penn School District, and a judge has extended the block on National Guard deployment to Portland.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Winter's coming, and even small roof problems can become big leaks. I'm Merrill Reese for Impriano Roofing and Siding, trusted by local families for over 50 years. Their experts handle roofing, siding, and energy-efficient windows with no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest work and lasting results. Be proactive. Protect your home before the cold sets in. Visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444 today. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, family trusted since 1973.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yo, it's 12 to 3 on 1210 WPHT.
Thumbs out, we're in Philly, buckle up with me.
Tony, Bruno, Mike, and handle filter full throttle. Phil and Giordano, see, let's pop this bottle, miss.
It's Monday, November 3rd. Hope you all had a great, safe weekend, holiday weekend, Halloween, All Saints, All Souls Day, and it's the day before Election Day in many parts of the country. In the Philadelphia area, you got some local elections, whether they should keep the Supreme Court justices on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, give them another 10 years in office. People will vote on that. Of course, got the DA's race. But the big races are New Jersey and Virginia and many other states. And I just saw this tweet from Michael Whatley. Michael Whatley was the chairman of the Republican National Committee, and he tweeted 5 minutes ago, 1 year from today, voters will decide the direction of our nation. President Trump's America's First movement depends on winning right here in North Carolina, and I'm ready to lead that fight. Well, that was him talking about the job that he did leading up after getting Trump reelected, helping getting Trump reelected. But guess who's now replacing him? And they had a vote on it, and it was unanimous, and it took place right here in Southwest Florida. The new chairman of the Republican National Committee. There was no infighting. There weren't things thrown around. People weren't fighting in the aisles up in Sarasota or in Manatee County. The new chairman is Joe Gruters, longtime Republican official here in the state of Florida. As I mentioned, he's a state senator. He's actually a descendant of one of the Ringling Brothers tent makers up in Sarasota, which is a great property. If you've ever been down here, go take a tour of the Ringling Ranch, which is now a museum. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Gruters joins us right now here on Talk Radio 1210. Joe, congratulations.
Hey, thanks so much for having me on, Tony.
Now, I'm a little south of you down here, and it's still it's getting chilly down here in Florida. What do you do? Did you have to turn your heat on up in Sarasota last night?
Well, if you could believe it, I spent the day yesterday in New Jersey, the last 2 days, so I've been freezing up in New Jersey campaigning with Jack Ciattarelli, but it's well worth it. Today I'm in Virginia campaigning with Sears and the whole Republican team.
Now, people don't know, because people don't follow politics like people in politics do. So I mentioned Michael Whatley, who obviously did a great job with the Trump reelection campaign last year. So the election was held. Was Michael Whatley in possession to be reelected, or was this a vote by the actual Republican National Committee to make you the new chairman?
Yeah, no, great question. No, I think what happened was the president called Michael Whatley because he did such a great job with election integrity and running the party during his election in the 2024 cycle that he asked him to run. And then he came up to me and asked if we could, if I'd be willing to, take over for Whatley in this cycle and make sure that we follow the tradition that the pace that he set. And listen, Michael Whatley set a high bar. He was a great chairman. He left us in great shape. But now we have these elections here. But the big test for me is going to be the midterms. But yes, I was elected by the members in a special election, no opposition. And my background, I spent almost 22 years in the minor leagues of party politics, 4 as a club chair, 14 as the Republican Party of Sarasota chairman, and then 4 as Republican Party of Florida, where we had lots of success.
Well, as a South Florida resident now, Southwest Florida, Robin and I went up to Sarasota, loved the place. I mean, Dick Vitale lives there. He's a friend. It's just a beautiful place, but I can't afford to live up there. You guys live in that high rent district. That's why I had to come to Cape Coral and find and build my final home.
Listen, Sarasota's paradise. And the amount of growth we've had over the last couple of decades has, made it, it made it cost prohibitive for a lot of people. But listen, we're trying to work on ways to bring everybody down there. And in your case, listen, there's plenty of room here. We'd love to have you.
No, we love it. That's what's great about Florida. I mean, every state has great places. But, in Florida, you go West Coast, East Coast, up and down both sides, and there's so many great places. And that's why we came to Cape Coral. We looked around, and we fell in love with this place. And now we're on the water, and life is good, and you enjoy it every day. But Sarasota is the Ringling Museum I mentioned earlier, for people who haven't been up there. Now, you're a descendant of the tent maker of the original Ringling family?
Yes, back in 1922, my great-grandfather William Hobson was recruited to come be the chief tent maker for the Ringling Circus for John Ringling, and he ran the winter quarters for 10 years, and put everything together and designed some of the biggest big tops that had ever been built, and he ran even when John Ringling died, he was the one who locked the door and prepared everything. So it's great to be part of the local tradition. I tell people I'm a carny, and the fact that I drive, travel all over the country, still in the same business, basically.
But you don't have one of those big trucks, with the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus on the side now. But that's a great museum. It's now, because the Ringling family, they didn't have any kids, right? And so when he died, the estate was left to the state of Florida. Am I correct? And then it's open to the public, and it is absolutely amazing.
It's not just a circus museum. The Ringling family, husband and wife, they collected all sorts of artwork, and the art that they have there and it's displayed is unbelievable.
It's one of the most expensive collections in the southeastern United States. They did an amazing job, and it's a real cultural gem for our entire area. Yeah, when he died, all his personal possessions went to his brother Charles, but the estate and everything with inside of it, all the artwork was given to the state, and now Florida State University oversees it. But it's it has thousands of visitors a week. It's a very popular place.
Yeah, it's gorgeous property. I mean, it is stunning. And then when you go out on the balcony out back over the bay, it's just
amazing property.
It's just God's country. All right, now the election tomorrow. We're hearing that Chitterelli's up and he's down, and President Obama was out there pimping the Mikey Sherrill and pimping the white woman in Virginia, and that's what he does. And God bless him, he can do whatever he wants. What are you hearing? You're in New Jersey. We keep hearing Jack Ciattarelli's making this close. He's in the window. He's in the margin of victory. You think he can pull this out tomorrow?
Well, listen, when we were traveling with him over the last couple of days on his bus tour, you could tell if somebody has it or not. And he certainly has an energy and has an appeal where he's attracting tons of voters. They have Longwood, which is a predominantly Jewish community, that ended up, the rabbis came together, Lakewood, I'm sorry. The rabbis came together and endorsed them. And then you have like 13 or 14 prominent Democrat mayors in New Jersey who have come out and endorsed them. But you could tell when we go into these diners and restaurants and the rallies itself, how he has created a buzz, and he certainly has momentum. And I think that, he's done everything right. He was a great campaigner last time. We've been helping quite a bit there. We've been on the ground for 7 months, and the president and the RNC and all of our allies have been kicking in here at the end to make sure we have a strong get out the vote. Because what it's going to come down to is if we will win, if we could turn out the vote. So all your listeners in the New Jersey area, if you could get out there and make sure you vote tomorrow, that's what it's going to come down to. If we're successful in turning our voters out, we'll be the winners.
Now, I'm just getting a tweet from Mark Mitchell Rasmussen poll guy, and he says Jack Ciattarelli got 1.3 million votes in 2021. Trump got 2 million votes in 2024. If he loses, it's because he didn't convert enough Trump voters to Republican voters. You buy that?
Yeah, and listen, that's going to be our big challenge in the midterms, because how do you convince the people who have came out and voted for the president 3 times to vote for these down ballot candidates? And that's the $1 million question. That's what we're working on every day, and I think the message that we're preparing is, if you don't vote for these down ballot candidates in the midterm specifically, then what you're going to see is exactly what you're seeing with a shutdown now, day 33, and continuing to where the Democrats want to do nothing besides obstruct and block and try to prevent the president from doing anything. And worse than that, they will impeach him, they will investigate him, and they'll do everything they can to make his life miserable. We've obviously had 250 days of his leadership. It's been nothing less than spectacular in terms of what he's delivered for the average American person. And so we need to do everything we can to support the president. And that means electing good Republicans up and down the ballot. And that's why we have to convince these voters. But yes, Mark is exactly right. We need to bring out our voters. And if we do that, we win.
We're talking with Joe Gruters, the freshly minted RNC chairman. I like that term, freshly minted. Where did that come from? Do you know, Joe?
No, probably
from the mint.
Yeah,
from double mint gum. Yeah, freshly minted. Now the other story is, of course, in Virginia. You mentioned the Winsome Sears situation down there, and it's funny when you look at the 2 blondes, Mikey Sherrill, and then the Spanberger chick in Virginia. They're basically the same person, aren't they?
Yeah, they're both terrible candidates, and exactly what you expect the Democrats to be putting up in these elections. But, Winsome Sears has done a good job of closing the gap. This is another turnout battle. This is a little bit tougher situation here in Virginia. But, Jay Jones really set the tone on the Democrat side. And the fact that all these, the Democrats, Spanberger and others, have doubled down and continued to endorse and campaign and sell merchandise with Jay Jones after what he said, it just shows you where the Democrat Party is right now. I think that the fact that he said he wanted, fantasized about murdering his opponent and having, his opponents did children in their mother's arms, that type of dangerous rhetoric, I think it shows where they're at, where their mindset is. And although those comments were made prior to the attempted assassination of the president and the real assassination of Charlie Kirk, I think it's disgusting, it's disqualifying, and he shouldn't even be on the ballot. But like I said, the fact that they're still campaigning with him, still endorsing him and supporting him, shows you where they're at. And we need to do everything we can to close the rest of the gap and help our candidates, including Winsome Sears and Nero and help them to victory.
Well, we're bracing for the onslaught, not just of the normal snowbird coming down here to Florida in the winter, but we got the Mamdani who could make a massive. I'm going to start selling real estate on the streets. I'm going to walk around and post. Governor DeSantis announced that there will be no tax on ammo or gun purchases in Florida through the end of this year. So it looks like Governor DeSantis here in Florida is making sure that if these people want to leave New York, come on down to the free state of Florida.
Well, he can cinch that up if he actually passes the no property tax that he's been talking about.
Well, that has to go through the legislature.
We're waiting for that one.
Exactly. Well, Joe, good work. We appreciate you coming in. Last thing, Nancy Pelosi is not running for re-election. I know Republicans don't have a shot to win her seat in Congress out in California, but the guy from San Francisco, Scott Wiener, is going to run. And I don't know if there's any kind of opposition party in San Francisco anymore, because this guy is not a good person. He's a creepy guy. Again, I don't care about his sexual orientation, but imagine him replacing Nancy Pelosi as the sitting congressman from California.
Well, all you have to do is look at the bench that they have all across the country and look at the candidates they're putting up. And that's why Mamdani's election tomorrow, if he ends up winning, which is likely, is not a surprise, because this is the party that embraces, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Crockett, and other wackadoo left-wing extremist Democrats. And they're the new face, and they're the leaders of the party. And we obviously, that will help us, hopefully. They're losers for the country, and certainly Mamdani is a loser for New York City, but they will help us, shine a light on the leadership that they have, and hopefully reinforce our message of coming out for these down-ballot candidates to support the president and his winning policies.
Joe, this is Miss Robin. I actually have a question since you brought up Mamdani.
Yeah.
From somebody that's looking at it kind of from the outside of what's going on in New York, it's kind of shocking that Mamdani is as popular as he is. And I feel like somehow or another, something was missed. How was a legitimate candidate, a Republican candidate, not chosen to go up against him? Because it seems like that was an opportunity that was missed somehow.
Well, listen, listen, candidate quality is probably the most important thing in elections. And Sliwa, he ran before. He has the support. There's not a lot of Republicans in New York to begin with. And he won the nomination process, and that's the way it goes. And but we need good people to step up across the country in some of these battleground districts in particular. And we're always looking. So any good candidates please send them our way at GOP.com, because we're always on the lookout. And yes, we need to do a better job, and we're actively engaged in trying to find the right candidates for the right races across the country in some of these battlegrounds.
I'm not interested, Joe. So I'm just count me out.
Yeah.
I'll just watch and sit out on my patio.
Tony has too many skeletons.
Watch the sunsets every night here over the Matt Lachey.
Listen, there's an open congressional seat in Cape Coral. I think you could walk right in.
No, I don't want to be involved in Cape Coral politics. I just want to enjoy whatever life I have left and leave the politics to the people who know politics. I know politics, but it's just too dirty of I don't want to have to be indebted to people for everything that I do in my life.
Yeah.
Joe, congratulations on being named the new elected the new chair, and we appreciate you coming on with us. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Robin. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
The great Joe Gruters. You'll see his name and hear his name a lot now. This is the kind of good stuff that I like to do, Robin. You know, where you can sit there and ask the questions and get the answers.
Maybe I should run for office down here.
No, that would be fun. That would be something.
Yeah, if you can make like $200,000 doing nothing and hiding and getting all kinds of deals.
Would you like to be the first man?
The first man of Cape Coral? No, the second gentleman of Cape Coral.
You got my vote, Miss Robin.
By the way, there's one guy on the Twitter feed who's really a hater of mine, Robin. That one guy who's listen, you can hate me. I don't care.
Yes.
I'm not. I thought that was a pretty good interview. And it wasn't really an interview. It was a conversation.
Yes.
Because I don't have any prepared questions. I just go with the flow, Robin.
Hey, Tony,
yes.
If you have a hater, that means you've made it. So you have many haters. You have many lovers.
I'm a lover, not a hater, and not a fighter.
Now, he does love me, though, because I responded to him from his previous comment. I said, really, are you serious or just joking? Not about me, obviously. Obviously, I'm a saint. But then he says that he's staying on YouTube just for me. Well,
it's another guy. It's a stalker, Robin.
Yeah, well.
I would find out. I'd do a deep dive into his past.
Hey.
Get his social security number. Let's doc. No, I'm kidding. I don't care. Robin's got a lot of groupies. I get it.
Groupies are fine.
I know they are.
As long as they don't show up at my front door.
Exactly.
That's where I draw the line.
We got open lines. If you would like to jump on in here and then, shoot the breeze, so to speak. Phone number, Robin?
855-839-1210. That's 855-839-1210.
Jump on in here. Lots to talk about. We'll have a Halloween update that you may have missed. A man dressed as a woman scolds a woman dressed as an Indian for Halloween. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that actually happened. But are you surprised? We'll play that clip and much more still ahead. It's the Monday, November 3rd edition of The Dom Show. For Dom Giordano, back in the country tomorrow. We'll be on the air tomorrow, but he'll be back in town getting ready for election night coverage tomorrow right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
No, we're voting no, we'll all be voting no. Oh, when we see the name of we vote no, and when we see the name of we vote no. Yeah, when we see the name we vote no. We're saving Pennsylvania.
Are you tired of out-of-control elitist judges? This year, Pennsylvania voters have the unique opportunity to send these judges packing. It's time for a reset and to put term limits on our judges. We can hold career judges accountable by voting no on the retention vote for Supreme Court. On Tuesday, November 4th, vote no on Christine Donahue. Vote no on Kevin Doherty. Vote no on David Wecht.
No, we're voting no.
Paid for by Responsible Government for Central PA.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Politics, the stock market, the Fed. How do you protect your 401k? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Ready to grow your savings and plant the seeds for a stronger financial future? With a growth savings account from First Harvest Credit Union, you can earn up to 3.05 annual percentage yield and enjoy flexible access to your funds. Or explore our competitive certificate and IRA specials to cultivate even more growth. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by your nearest branch to get started. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Wendy's new Snickerdoodle Cookie Frosty Fusion is the perfect holiday gift. With rich frosty and chunks of Snickerdoodle cookies, it's the one thing on everyone's list. Not mine though, I don't need anything. Definitely don't get me a Snickerdoodle Frosty that comes in vanilla or chocolate. How would you even get it to me anyways? I mean, no, I'm totally good. Please get me one. I want one so bad. For the frosty gift everyone's asking for, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, it's a Monday. Having fun. One sad picture. I'll have to post it. I didn't take a pictures. My sad boat is now up on the lot in the grass, dead.
Yeah.
Dead. DOA. Unsalvageable. And it wasn't a hurricane victim. It was just a victim of water and not draining.
It was a storm victim. Yes.
It wasn't soaked with salt water,
No,
and it
it was
wasn't at
rainwater.
the bottom of the ocean,
No.
and then people pull it out and then
But there was still
resell
a
it.
storm that made the water.
Yeah, it was
go
fresh
into the air.
water filling into the bilge, and then the engine was seized. So that's my problem. So I won't have a boat either, but that's okay. I'll enjoy life. I can look outside and be happy around it. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, so Halloween's over, thank God. Listen, I love Halloween, even though we didn't do anything. But there are a lot of crazy things going on. But one thing that was crazy was this. Now, I haven't even seen this clip, but I heard about it earlier on Kale and Company. A man dressed as a woman scolding a woman dressed as an Indian for Halloween. Let's go to the tape, shall we, Henry?
She's dressed as a Native American.
Are you trans? Is that a costume or is that how you are? Huh?
Do I look trans?
A little bit.
You look trans.
But it's also Halloween. I look trans?
Why don't you just mind your own business? I'm not even talking to you. I don't give a fuck what you're talking
You're
about.
offended? You're offended, but you're dressed up like a girl.
Do girls have beards?
Well, when they take hormones and shit, they get them.
I said what I have to say.
Yeah, you said it. Now you can get the fuck out of here.
She can talk for herself too, right?
She clearly doesn't want to. She's fucking disrupting her life.
It's a great headdress.
It is a great headdress. I would love that headdress. It's beautiful.
This was at a mall somewhere, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it makes no
Yeah,
sense. I
outside
mean, this cultural appropriation BS to
It's
me,
Halloween.
Not only is it Halloween, but I think it's BS to begin with because
By the way, I saw this one video of this white chick with black face doing a thing. I didn't see what happened about that, but did you see it? There's a white chick who has a podcast. Who
Right.
doesn't? And she did it in blackface. I don't know what happened if they took her down or what happened, but we'll see what happens later on.
I mean, the blackface is distasteful, but then again, I grew up in a country where blackface was normal because
Of the Schwarze-Piet.
the Schwarze Pizza, which are St. Nicholas's helpers.
They banned them in a lot of schools.
Yeah. Well, it was supposed to be soot that was.
Yeah, they were supposed to
for
be the chimney
sweeps.
cleaners, and Santa
But-
Claus is
yeah.
Sinterklaas there.
Yeah,
right?
but Sinterklaas. But rather than just like putting smudges all over the face, they
Yeah.
actually put whole black face on, which was just not a good look. But
Are they still doing
But I
that?
think-
they have bigger
but in
things, fish
general-
to fry in
yeah.
the Netherlands right now, Robin,
In
than,
general,
than the Zwarte Piets.
I think the cultural appropriation narrative is just complete BS no matter what it is, because everything has been appropriated by other cultures. That's what it was called, trading back and forth. And if braids were not just indigenous to Africa, it was also indigenous to the Vikings. It started imitating, like if you saw something that was cool,
Mhm.
you would just incorporate it into your designs. And Levi jeans are not just indigenous to America. Like anybody that wears Levi's now, suddenly you can't do that. All of this stuff is such BS. People, get over yourselves. If I want to, like, Kohl eyeliner, is that just Egyptian because that's where it originated? It's stupid. It really is
I
stupid.
blame the person who started the whole butterfly kissing thing. I mean, that's where that came from, right? Isn't butterfly kisses when a woman with long eyelashes pleasures her partner, male or female?
What?
I'm just asking
How
questions.
Did you go from that
Yeah,
to
where did that come from?
These women have these eyelashes that you can land a fighter jet on now.
Your brain works in such mysterious
my
ways.
brain
sometimes.
is a logical deduction machine. I take things.
That segue was.
Remember when
so
that was
out
a
of
big
left
that was a big
field.
deal? Butterfly kisses,
Yeah,
right?
Yes, but I don't think that is cultural.
You went
for-
way to a different direction, Tony. Way different direction, my man.
Back to that video for a second. So some guy in a mall, right? Is a guy with a beard, and he's eating, and standing up, and he's got a beard.
And
then
most-
a woman dressed as at the bottom is the guy with the camera is just trying to get clicks.
Yes.
That's all that
Yes.
is. It's some guy seeing a guy dressed as a woman and a woman dressed as an Indian and looking for clicks. He posts it, and then all these talk shows post it, and people go crazy. I don't care about any of this stuff. It's just silly.
And also, on Halloween, anything should go, even if it's distasteful to you. Like, if
No,
it's
the
just-
Washington Redskins were the most distasteful thing on Halloween weekend, and their poor quarterback. That
Yeah,
team.
Jaden.
If you're a Washington Redskin fan, this is what happens. The quarterback. We saw the arm last night. They kept him in the game. I'm telling you, Dan Quinn's got to be on the hot seat in D.C. They loaded that team up with a lot of veterans, right? And they had a great year last year. And now their quarterback is getting crushed every week. And they had him in a game where they were getting slaughtered in a late. They were down like 38-17, and they run this guy out there on the goal line. And that's the problem. You got to protect your best players. And now Washington, you look at this team for next year, they got a lot of old guys.
Yeah.
And they thought they'd bring
Well,
in the old guys to take them back to the NFC Championship game. And now their season's a disaster.
Now you know that the Redskins player that had his elbow.
That was the quarterback,
The
Robin.
quarterback.
Jaden Daniels.
You know who?
Yeah, it's the
who-
great Jaden Daniels. So it's a shame.
Yes,
This
but
kid
you
came
know
in
who
as
got
another
him-
hot shot, and he was phenomenal. He over-exceeded any kind of expectations.
And you know who called him immediately afterwards. Absolutely, 100%. As soon as he was being carted off, and
Who called him, Roman?
Joe Theismann, you know he got a phone call.
Well, Joe Theismann is part of the Washington Redskin
Yes.
organization.
But-
Joe's leg was snapped.
Yep.
This
But
was
he
his elbow.
calls-
And again, it was dislocated, and I don't know how long he's going to be out. No, Joe Theismann, he'll always be a Washington Redskin.
But
You know what I'm saying?
Joe is one of those guys that whenever anybody's hurt, it doesn't even have to be the Redskins. He'll call
Even
anybody.
when I'm hurt, he
But
calls me and
especially-
sees how I'm doing.
But especially the Redskins when or former Redskins.
No, they'll always be the
They
Redskins.
were wearing the
to me.
uniforms last night. They were the Redskins last night. Or on
Yes, they
Halloween.
were.
Yeah.
And Joe, he agrees. He says he just refuses to call them another team. He's like, I was a Redskin. I will always be a Redskin. And
Exactly.
but you know that he called them absolutely.
And it was all these woke politicians and people in Washington who got all uppity about the name Redskins. That was one of those topics that would come up every couple of years when some angry wacko in Washington would say, Redskins, that's cultural appropriation. And then they would make a big deal out of it, and the media would all jump on the board. Yeah. Meanwhile, the Indian nations were not complaining about the term Redskins.
No, they.
And so that's when we
liked
got rid of all the mascots in school, when we started canceling everything, and the rest is history, Robin. So what do we have?
We have to go to break, but we have several people on the line.
Oh, good. I want to go to the phones. Let's do some heavy phones.
When we come back, we
Not
will go
heavy
to the,
D and the
we'll
boys, though.
Go to the phones.
We got to do that. We'll play a little heavy D and the boys. Now that we found love, what are we going to do with it? Meanwhile, you know what we're doing? It's Tony Bruno. It's Miss Robin. It's the Dom Show. It's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Who would have thought that finding a Medicare partner you can trust could feel this good? Partnering with HealthSpring means you get Medicare Advantage plans with the benefits you need. Get up to $1,620 back in your Social Security check each year. Want dental, vision, and hearing services? Of course. HealthSpring Medicare Advantage plans mean financial peace of mind and freedom to enjoy life your way. Connect with a local licensed insurance agent for HealthSpring. It'll put a spring in your step. Visit healthspringmedicare.com/radio. That's healthspringmedicare.com/radio. Benefit options vary by plan and service area. You must reside in the plan service area. HealthSpring will reduce your monthly Part B premium based on the plan's specific benefit amount. HealthSpring products and services are provided exclusively by or through operating subsidiaries of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Voters hit the polls tomorrow for a big gubernatorial race in New Jersey and Supreme Court retention in Pennsylvania, among other key contests. The family of a middle school student attacked last spring with a travel mug while at school is suing the North Penn School District, and a judge has extended the block on National Guard deployment to Portland.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
We'd like to thank the Tony Bruno Show band for cranking it up on this Monday. Monday Night Football Cowboys are on against your Arizona Cardinals, who stink on ice right now. But enough about that. Let's get it back to the phones because we have Big Al, not Big Lou. He has problems too. I don't think Big Al does. Big Al, do you have problems too?
Tony, Bruno, and Miss Robin, the beautiful Miss Robin, how are you?
I'm pretty beautiful too. Not anymore. I was when I was with Nancy Pelosi, but then I've not aged well. I'm sorry.
They told me you had a face for radio. I'm sorry.
I did, and sometimes on TV they can slap makeup on, and you can look good. You don't have to be pretty anymore.
Well, you see, it's so great to hear you guys. You know, you're starting to set me off when you started talking about the Halloween costumes and everything. Were you aware that they had an actual what is called a furry convention in Philadelphia?
Yeah, but it's actually Pittsburgh, I believe, is a ground zero of the furries. Did you know that?
No, and they all get dressed up, and also in South Jersey here, we had a person that identified as a cat, and what they actually did was they put a litter box in the bathroom for him.
Well, that happens. I mean, I had to do that last week when I had my problems of pooping because I was going through the colonoscopy. You have to have a litter box available just in case you can't make it to the bathroom. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with furries as long as it's consenting adults. That's where
the problem with furries is they want to do it in public.
Yes.
Just keep it in the litter box or wherever the hell you want to do it. I don't care what you do with each other.
Or at the Pfister Hotel where they
in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh man.
And then the other thing that got me, Tony, was when you were talking about the Redskins. You know what? Nobody complained about that. The Redskins, the Chiefs, the Indians. What that does, it brings attention to the Native Americans, because without these names, no one's going to be paying attention to them. And I think it's a great thing to recognize these people.
The Washington, after this season's done, they're going to go back to, I don't care what the hell you call us, just watch us and hope we can because their problem, and I mentioned it earlier, and obviously they're not going to win the division, and so they got a lot of old guys. And to see their quarterback go out again, it's just, this is what happens when you're a rich guy, like the guy who owns the Sixers and the Washington Redskins and trying to buy the world, and God bless him, he's got the money and he can do it, is the fact that he went for it all this year, going out and getting, guys who were older, thinking that because they made the playoffs and the championship game, it's going to come right back. But then you have injuries, and that's the big neutralizer in sports. Key injuries. And the Eagles are now loading up on defensive players because tomorrow's the trade deadline. I don't want to make this about sports, but the Eagles, they're not going to wait till tomorrow. They had all their targets. They just got the guy from Miami, one of the Dolphins. The Dolphins are going to clean house, obviously.
Yeah, the cornerback.
They've added some corners. They added the kid from who was with Green Bay. And so they're getting ready for the final 8 games, and you're seeing teams like the Rams who look good. You see the Detroit Lions, everybody was putting them in the Super Bowl. And then Minnesota comes out. All these upsets yesterday, because the good thing, I got to give Carolina and teams like that credit. They have nothing to play for, you would think, but they're out there playing hard. And for the gamblers, it sucks because all these teams who are 13, 15-point underdogs are winning these games. And how about the Pittsburgh Steelers? You got to give them some love, man. You got to give.
Yeah, I love Rodgers.
Rodgers love, man.
Yeah,
Aaron Rodgers is a stud.
Yeah, I just want to say something a little bit about political. I was with Jack Chitterelli Tuesday night and Friday night, And these commercials that they're running on TV that he's planning on raising the sales tax in New Jersey to 10%, he was talking about Tennessee, and what they did was they cut the first half, and they just put the part where he says 10% on everything. That was Tennessee that was doing this, and then they cut the second half. There's no truth in advertising. It's nothing but a bunch of lies out
you're
there.
right. They can say whatever they want on these ads, and
They should be able to be sued for that.
they don't, because they all do it, Robin.
But it doesn't matter. Like, somebody needs to start suing. Like, that's an outright lie.
But like
there
the
is a lawsuit
Spanberg
right now.
chick- Yeah, but there's going to be a lawsuit. But it doesn't matter. All you got to do is convince people who are watching TV and don't pay attention
Just
to the
long enough,
polls or
yep.
everything else, and you have to pay attention to that. But the bottom line is, this Mikey Sherrill has done more to hurt herself than any other candidate I can ever remember. The fact that she doesn't answer questions, that Spanberger chick, those two blondes,
They're two peas in a pod.
they are actually, these are two evil, dumb, dangerous people who should never have a position of power. And that's not being misogynistic. The woman in Virginia, the African-American woman, she's legit. She was the lieutenant governor. She was second in command. And the Democrats are going against a black woman to prop up a washed out white chick. That's how I look at it.
Yep.
So I'm speaking up for the black woman, not the woman who has no idea. The best commercial about her is her in her own words. When they asked her, "What's the first thing you want to do?" and she had no answer.
I don't know.
What's the first thing you're going to do as governor?
Yeah, she said, get a grant together. But what's happening is Mikey Sherrill is being sued because she ran a commercial blaming Jack Chitterelli for killing 10,000 people in New Jersey from fentanyl, and she stopped running that ad because there's a lawsuit against her right now. Now they're such liars, and she supports Mandami up in New York. He endorsed her, and it's a freaking mess. America better wake up.
You know what they are?
Crumb creep cowards.
They're crumb creep cowards. You're right, Mr. Mayor. Big Al, good stuff today. Thank you, brother.
See you in Florida, brother.
All right, man. Come on down. Come on down. Robin?
Tony, we have one more phone call.
Who do we have? Charlie, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, Tony and Robin? Tony, way back with the morning show with Angelo and Al.
Yeah, that was only half of my career ago.
Back in the days, yeah. And I'll tell you what I always remember. You were a big star on the radio there, but in 1994, we had a Little League game at Orland with Lower Gwinnett, and it had rain before the game, and you were one of the first ones to come out and help break up the field and get it ready. I'll always remember that.
Well, I used to, because my kids were in Little League up in Lower Gwinnett, and I was home during the week when I wasn't at ESPN, where I wasn't doing the morning show at WIP, and I would go and I would volunteer to umpire, because all the dads wanted to coach so they can get their hot shot kids in there and make them the pitcher, and he was always the best player. I was out there to try to help kids. I'd have a rule book in my back pocket when I umped, and it's a thankless. There's no worse job, more thankless job on earth than a father who volunteers as an umpire at a Little League game. Everybody hates the umpire at a Little League game. When I'm just trying to help, I would have to run parents. That's how tough I was.
Oh.
I would run parents who would get uppity with me.
You're out.
You're out of here.
Well,
Get them out of here. Get the police in here and get these bums out of here.
Now they're paying umpires in Little League. That's how hard it is to get people to do it.
Do I want reparations? I want money. I want money, retroactive money, for all the nights that I stood there and took the abuse from parents up in Lower Gwinnett in the Little League.
Yeah, but I'll always remember you getting out there with the diamond dry and the rake and helping get their field ready down at Orland.
Well, thank you. That's what you do when you're a parent. It's about the kids. I'm not out there playing. I'm out there making sure kids are learning the rules and understand sportsmanship. That's that's back before everybody was throwing split finger fastballs and arms were blowing out. Kids just want to go out and play, and that's what it was. But there's a lot of great young kids out there who just want to go out and enjoy life and grow up and experience childhood and adulthood, growing into an adult. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, Charlie, you take care of yourself,
you
brother.
wrote a lot of money then.
Yeah, I'll settle for $100,000. They write me a
They're
check
paying,
for $100,000.
they're actually paying $60. They're paying $60 a game. Yeah,
well, I
$60
did,
they're
I did
paying.
at least 100,000 games. So what does that come to? No,
All right. Good talking
Take
to
care,
you.
buddy.
Hi, Charlie.
Thanks. Dave M checks in on Twitter. It says all political ads should be fact-checked before they're allowed to run them.
Yes.
I agree.
I totally agree.
But remember, look at all the remember that pushing grandma off the cliff in a wheelchair.
They have to go through
it's
something.
all scare tactics. The only thing that gets reaction is when politicians on both sides put these shock ads out. It's the only thing people watch.
And the thing is they count on people only hearing that and not hearing either a retraction or it taking so long before somebody is being able to be sued for something that they said. And by then they're already voted in. So.
But you know why? Because these people are watching like dumb TV shows like you watch. They're watching these endless series. All these 62-season series.
Tony, it's called escapism. It's escaping.
No, but you can't escape pharmaceutical ads.
No,
you can't escape political ads this time of the year. Luckily, in 2 days, the political ads will be over. But the pharmaceutical ads, if it weren't for pharmaceutical ads, these companies wouldn't be in business.
I know. It's
and
true.
the political ads, the problem is
Media.
people are watching a show and then, they try to, people don't change the channel anymore like they used to.
Actually, Tony, real quick, I was just talking to Henry about that off the air about that here in New Jersey where I live. There were like usually election season. There was like a ton of ads from each campaign and super PACs. This time around, I've seen some tour rally ads, but not like a full barrage of ads. It's been very light this year for some reason.
Yeah, because they're not spending the money. I mean,
That's true.
They're saving up the money for the midterms, and obviously,
Told them that,
the
yep.
polls. The polls. By the way, I saw the video finally of Hank Machete throwing a football 40 yards in Wildwood.
It was impressive.
Wildwood. When the hell did you do that?
Yeah, when they had that big rally for Jack one of those Fridays a few weeks back, we had a Mulligans broadcast, and part of being a Dom Giordano producer is you have to be able to throw the ball 40 yards, so I had to prove my worth.
And he did it not once, but twice. So I got video evidence of both.
Yeah.
It was impressive.
Big deal. I got a torn rotator cuff. I can throw a football 40 yards. And I'm 73 years old.
It's funny you mentioned
Come
that.
on.
I mean, my labrum's torn here too, and it's like this throw happened like almost a month ago now, and I'm still feeling it.
See, you got to watch yourself, man.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks they can go out and run a 40, and then they blow out their hamstrings.
Tony can still throw. He just can't play basketball anymore because it was during where he.
I know, Robin. I'm old.
No, this was a while ago. You were doing something for a TV bit.
I was filling in for Dan Patrick, and they
Yeah.
had a hoop, and I thought I could dunk it, and I jumped up, and I fell down, and I hurt my back. So that's what you do when you get old.
And
you
ever
don't
since
do
then-
things you're not capable of doing. Anymore.
Well, you don't do things out of the blue that you don't work up to and warm up to.
You mean like walking, running a marathon?
Walking, you can you have to walk before you can run. You have to be playing basketball every day before you can do something like what you tried to do.
I understand.
Or throw a football, apparently.
When I used to go to Dream Week every year with the Phillies down in Clearwater, and I was young, I was 30, so I was still able to run.
Yeah.
I would go down there, and there'd be a lot of guys in their 60s, go down to Dream Week, and they get to play with a lot of ex-Phillies and coaches. And so I was one of the young guys, and I would, I wasn't a great player, but some guy would get a hit, and then he would pull a hamstring, and I'd have to go in and pinch run for him. So that's what happens. You got to get ready before you go out and think you can be an athlete.
You were a scrappy little runner back in the day.
Oh, yeah, I was a great runner.
You were a scrappy
I could
little
pick
guy.
him up and put him down. You had to when you grew up in South Philly. You got to run away from, the rival gangs and stuff. Meanwhile, we got open phones, and we do not have a contest today.
No.
And you know what that is, Rob? You know what that is?
Should we make up some kind of a contest and give away a Tony Bruno t-shirt or something like that?
It's a good idea, Rob.
It's a good idea, but I think for legal reasons, I don't think we can.
For legal reasons. By the way, if you want Tony Bruno gear, you can get it at TonyBrunoShow.com because we got all kinds of good stuff in there. It helps the show. We don't make a ton of money. But if you're going to say, why are you selling T-shirts? You know why? Because
We need a damn pool.
Barstool sells T-shirts and makes millions and millions of dollars. So nobody's forcing you. Go into TonyBrunoShow.com in the store. I got Welcome to Florida shirts. I
Yeah,
got
we have
outrage.
some really cool stuff.
There's cool stuff in there.
And if you have any suggestions of something that you would like that you don't see,
Yep.
I'm really good at graphics. So boom,
And the prices are reasonable.
And yes, they are.
And there's no tax on tips. We're coming right back. 839. What? Robin, you got to do the phone.
855-839-1210. And when we come back, we are going to show you a picture of what is definitely not on there. This new fashion trend that Tony absolutely despises.
Oh my! And we got to show you the San Francisco video. It is. It makes your heart sink down lower than you could think it possibly could. We're coming right back. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This special alert is for all Americans who own a vehicle. If you have a warranty that's about to expire or no warranty coverage at all, this message is for you. It's time to stop worrying about future car repairs today. Your vehicle is essential, but unexpected breakdowns can derail your plans and your wallet. It's time to future-proof your ride with CarShield. CarShield offers a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that saves drivers thousands from out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Imagine if your engine quits or your transmission fails. You could pay a fraction of the repair cost. This protection plan is at an all-time low, and to give you even more peace of mind, drivers who activate today also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Don't wait for a breakdown to drain your savings. Future-proof your car with CarShield today and drive with confidence. Call CarShield for your free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah. See, now I got to do that whole thing. I'm going to make my beard grow like like ZZ Top, Robin. That's my goal as I get older, like David Letterman and all these guys who have these really long, scraggly beards. It's a good look. There's some bad looks out there, though.
There's yes.
And it's fashion. I get it. When I grew up, it was bell bottoms. It's a generational thing. But the latest trend for dudes is really, 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 I can't handle it. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. And you know what I'm talking about. Guys out there, they got these skin-tight jeans, and then they don't have any socks on. I have those little socks.
No socks.
No, some of them have those socks that just go to the top of the shoe, which I hate.
Right.
Why even wear socks?
Actually, I'm wearing those today.
I wear those.
These ones? I'm wearing them today, right?
I don't like those.
These ones?
Yeah, they're all right.
But
the shirts are skin-tight. Now, chicks should wear skin-tight jeans,
That doesn't
not
ma-
dudes.
But this is so, and they're high water. So
Yeah.
the pants are like at least 3 or 4 inches above their
No, the pants
sock
come all the way
level.
down, but these strappers pull them up about to the knee. That's where it's all crunched up because that's the look.
Right.
You want to see that you did.
Their
When
ankle.
I would have my pants like that, I would feel like the breeze there. Like it's
High
cold
water,
down
yeah.
there.
Yeah, I agree.
But is that a good look, or I would call those guys strappers. Growing up in South Philly, you'd look at a guy like that and you say, "Look at those strappers." Do they look like now Henry, Hank, Kirk? Is that a strapper look, or is that cool?
I can't. Hang on.
Oh yeah, Kirk's on all the way on the other side of the studio here.
It's on the YouTube. We have a still picture of 4 dudes wearing. At least they're wearing different colors.
Now, Tony, is this worse than the guys wearing jeans that hang down below their butts? Or is this
No, they're all.
equivalent?
But that trend continues. A lot of people still do the pants
know.
on the ground, pants on the prison pants look. I think that was for accessibility in prison, and they still don't realize that was that look. But that look right there, painted on men's jeans, were at the ankle. It looks like you have to have somebody help you put. When you help a chick pull on the Spanx.
Yeah.
Or take off the Spanx.
I'm thinking
it's always too tight.
Like you need like pliers to pull up the zipper. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, he's not wrong. That looks really.
That's strapper look. If you see a guy out
That's
there,
too tight for me.
If it's your family at Thanksgiving or a member of your family or someone you love, and they come into your house looking like that, that's a strapper. I'm going to call them out as soon as I see it.
What is a strapper?
You're not wearing that in my house.
What is a strapper?
A strapper is a J-O, but it sounds better.
All right.
Jag off, jerk off. Strapper it just sounds better. It doesn't sound.
It's a very South Philly thing, right?
Yeah.
I would say that in my encounters, at least with people who dress like this, they're either like the man, they get all the chicks, they're really cool, or like you said, yeah, they are a strapper, and it's like, all right, get this guy away from me.
I'm not saying they're bad human beings. They could be. They could be nice
just
guys
but
too.
just like I know, I get what you're saying.
Because it's a trend. You don't have to do it.
No.
I remember going on a harangue back in the 90s on radio about big sunglasses. Remember when the chicks started wearing big sunglasses?
Yeah, they're bigger than her
and
face.
I was like ripping the Kardashians and all these other people. And I said, that's a horrible look. Nobody listened to me. And the glasses are getting bigger and bigger now, 25, 30 years later.
Well, here's one thing to note from somebody that that is not a good look for having children. Like
I think that will keep these guys from being able to produce children.
Exactly. That is not a good idea for if you want to have children. Do not wear jeans
You
like
think
that.
you think that destroys the testes, so to speak?
I think so.
It is cutting off circulation.
They are really tight in that area.
You have to have the full sleeve tats now too. Full sleeve tats.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys work out at least, though. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny though? You're now starting to see the grandparents because the normalization of tattoos started
everybody's
happening.
got it. I'm the only person that doesn't have a tattoo.
Happening about like 30, 40
Likewise,
years ago.
neither.
And those people that were older by then that were starting to get tattoos as well are now grandparents and their skin is getting saggy and you're seeing more and more and more of that. And you're like,
gross. The tattoo thing goes into stages. It was like everybody was getting them and then it was cool to get rid of them, right? And now it's gone completely. Now everybody, Robin has tats and I don't.
I have one tattoo.
No, you have more than one tattoo.
I don't. I have
Where is it? Where is it, Robin?
I'll give you one guess.
But it wasn't called that when I got it.
I'm afraid to say where.
I don't care whether they're Italian, Irish. Sarah Weiss checks it and says, "I'm not a fan of tight pants on men, especially Floods. Italian, yeah, most of these guys are greaseballs.
Yes,
most of these guys are Italians.
I'd say that's a prerequisite for the look.
Exactly right.
I mean, if you're not Italian, you're not wearing those pants, or if you are Italian, you are wearing those pants. Chances are, right?
Very likely.
Yeah.
I mean, you have relatives.
I
that
don't
wear those
speak for all
pants.
Italians. I speak for myself.
There are definitely relatives in Philadelphia of yours right now. I can think of a couple of them that are wearing those
Absolutely.
pants.
Hey, yo, let's go down the lakes. See what's going on out there. Meanwhile, we're coming back for the 2 o'clock hour. Open phones. We'll play a couple of great videos. This Jack Chitterelli video. And it's not because I like Jack Chitterelli or I'm campaigning for him, but a scene last night at a bar in Jersey
brought tears to my eyes.
Was awesome. I don't care what political bet you're from. You see this video, you're going to say, wow. Forget about partisan politics. It's always one of those great moments. And it involves the military. We'll play that for you next. Coming up, it's Tony Bruno and Miss Robin, 2 o'clock hour, getting ready for Rich. Is Rich working today?
I think so, as far as I know.
We'll find out. We'll find out coming up in the next hour right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-1313. 800-791-1313.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on KBB Excellent Trade-in Condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles.
Get paid to trade at TurnersvilleJeep.com. We're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. That's right, up to $3,000 over KBB for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Jeeps and Ram trucks. Upgrade your ride today at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yo, it's 12 to 3 on 1210 WPHT. Dom's out, we're in Philly.
Philly, buckle up with me. Tony, Bruno, Mike in hand, no filter, full throttle. Feeling Giordano, see, let's pop this bottle.
Miss Robert's here, new sassy spark. You better hit that like button for the break goes dark. From the link to City Hall, we're running the scene. 3 hours of fire, Philly's caffeine.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. No tight pants on this show. Even after all the candy and the stuff that we ate over the weekend. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in here. Final hour. We'll be back again tomorrow, Election Day. Don't forget, vote early and vote often. And if you have dead relatives who haven't voted yet, please make sure you get their ballots in and take them to 30th Street. Meanwhile, we got, again, this is a great video. I didn't see it until a little earlier. And it was posted by a New Jersey assemblyman. And so Jack Ciattarelli, obviously tomorrow's big day for him. So he's doing the things in the bars. I don't know which bar this was, but this is South Jersey. So he's campaigning all weekend all over the place. So he's in a bar last night, and one of the great scenes you'll see, no matter what your kid, whether he's a Democrat, Republican, whatever, when you have a kid in the military and then there's a surprise visit, well, I blew the surprise. Let's go to the tape. This is last night in a bar in New Jersey. Jack Ciattarelli.
It's an Irish bar. I can tell that because it says Mick something.
I want to say it's Murphy's Tavern. It says. I see the sign you're seeing.
Yeah.
Murphy's. So it's an Irish joint.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is good because the Irish like to drink, allegedly. Let's go to the tape. Jack Ciattarelli's son, Jay, came home from Kuwait to join his father on the campaign.
Surprised him.
Yep, he didn't know.
How cool is that?
And the crowd starts chanting USA.
These surprise military homecoming videos get to me every
Absolutely.
single time.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter who it is,
Yep.
whether it's a father or mother or son, whatever. I cry all the time.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Good looking kid.
Yeah. He's Italian. Dad's got the good hair. I'm one of those Italians that didn't have good hair.
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. My dad didn't have hair. That doesn't mean I wasn't going to.
Well, you are also Sicilian, which has a lot of different influence from other ethnicities.
What does it have to do with hair growth?
Well, there's certain ethnicities that don't have the bushy hair. Like Northern Italy is known for more hair than Southern Italy.
Isn't that a line in a Beach Boy song? Bushy Von hairdo.
Something like
Surfing USA. Meanwhile, let's go to the phones. We got Drew in Upper Darby. Is he still hanging in there?
Yes.
Hey.
Drew. What's going on
Mr.
today,
Tony,
man?
how you doing, sir? Thank you so
Beautiful,
much
man.
for taking my call, man. You know what? I mean, I really don't have much to bring to the table other than conversation. And I'm wondering if
Neither
you
does
were
Robin,
around.
but she's still here anyway, Jed. She's still here. Robin doesn't bring up. Go ahead.
No, because I always remembered you, man. I always liked you, man. It was 1997. You got to jog your memory. I don't know if you were around, but up here still in Philly, I think you were. But
yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember Judge Seamus McCaffrey with the courtroom in the stadium?
Yeah, in the jail cell at Veteran Stadium in the basement.
Yes. Well, you know, Tony, I'm telling you, I'm not.
Did you get thrown into the cell?
Yes. Well, I'm not BSing you. This is the play. This is the incident that turned the tides, that made that happen. It was a Monday night before Veterans Day, November 10th, 1997. Like I said, I've never been on a computer in my life. I just have a good memory. The Eagles were playing the San Francisco Giants, and the San Francisco Giants had a safety by the name of Merton Hanks.
The 49ers. The 49ers was a football game, you said. That's right.
The 49ers. I'm sorry. 49ers. Okay. My bad.
That's okay.
Anyway, and he ran back an interception, and Dan Dierdorf started to go off on the Eagles, and it was a crushing blow. It was a bad loss. Ray Rhodes was the head coach. And I remember a rocket went
at the off-track betting parlor there on Oregon Avenue or Patterson Avenue. Remember the off-track betting? That's where he lived, Ray Rhodes.
Yeah. well, a rocket went across the 700 level from one side of the stadium all the way to the other, and it was bad. It was an actual rocket. Tony, I'm not kidding you, man. And that was it. That was when they said, enough's enough. Season tickets were revoked. They made the courtroom in the bottom of the stadium, and I'll just never forget that, man. Because everyone's going so bad for the Eagles, and that was it. So I just wanted to bring it up. I'm sorry, man.
No, that's great because that jail cell inside the vet's basement became a national joke. Everybody made fun of it. Do you know Philadelphia?
Right.
Their fans are so bad they have to have a jail cell and a judge right inside the stadium. Guess what? A lot of facilities in jails, they're holding cells, and that's when the police don't when they have security. Now most of the security guards are rent-a-cops, but a lot of them are real cops who work part-time. So when there's something that goes on, they have to have people arrest these people because you don't know what's going on, especially nowadays. You don't know what somebody's doing when they run out onto the field. Remember the guy in the famous picture on the front page of the Daily News? The guy that got tased and he was running, and then Philadelphia became another national laughingstock because this fat guy was running. And they tased
Tony, it was just
behind.
another black eye for the city of Philadelphia. Like in an analogy, if I can draw with the Democrats, they're January 6th. We're never going to hear the end of it, just like we'll never hear the end of we threw snowballs at Santa.
Exactly. That's been debunked a million times.
The city of
Tom
Philadelphia
Brookshire debunked that for me when I was working at WIP. He was there. Tom Brookshire has debunked that, the late, great Tom Brookshire, and it still goes on, and people still keep – it's the urban legend. It's the urban legend. People don't forget. People still believe it, even though everybody knows it didn't happen. Because nobody was there. It was Franklin Field. It was cold. The guy who looked like Santa Claus was a drunk, and he ran out onto the field.
70 years ago, yes.
Exactly.
And some rookie sportscaster out in Tacoma, Washington, some sportscaster whose grandparent wasn't even born yet is going to say, "Oh, they threw snowballs at Santa." That's all they got.
But that's what happens.
That incident
with sports fans,
right?
It happens. Like for example, when you have something happen in one city, Cleveland unfortunately has gone through a lot of troubles, and they still are with the Browns. But whenever something happens in a city, then the city is known for that. You know what I mean? Philly's known for the fans, but there's bad fans there. And when I say bad fans, they get robbed. Now there's fights everywhere. It used to be certain stadiums there'd be fights. Now fans are fighting with each other in some of these places.
Speaking of which, I actually just looked it up. Not all NFL stadiums have holding cells.
Right.
A lot of them do. Do you know which one has the biggest?
Philadelphia?
No.
Where?
Levi Stadium.
San Francisco?
Yes, has a 3,500 square foot jail with 6 cells for booking and temporary holding before suspects are taken to a county jail.
Wow. How about that?
Tony, like Giants and Dodgers fans, they kill each other. There's been murders happening at their games, but they're not trying to kill each other.
Well, the problem in that particular case, oftentimes, is it's rival gangs that are wearing the wrong colors that come together for a game, and then they go after each other, not necessarily because of the team rivalry, but because of the gang rivalry.
That's all good stuff, Drew. Thanks for bringing that stuff up. I mean, those of us who've been around.
I appreciate it, Tony. Thank you, man. Thank you, Miss Robin. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Thank you, too, man. Be safe out there. The great Drew in Upper Darby. Bringing back some old. I didn't realize they have. And that's where the Super Bowl is going to be played. At Santa Clara at Levi Stadium.
Yeah.
Wow. I remember when we were driving out there before they started building the stadium. Remember?
Yes.
And we were doing a drive around that neighborhood in Santa Clara, and they had just broken ground. So we pull up in a rental car.
No, we were driving my dad's Jaguar.
Oh, that's right. So we're driving the Jaguar, and I said, let's go over there and see what's going on, because they broke ground because they were at Candlestick, and that place was a mess. So we go there.
And it's a construction site. There's like nothing around there except for that.
So I get out of the car, and I start taking pictures of because I'm like Trump. I like watching construction, except I don't have mansions and I don't have billions of dollars. And so I'm out there taking pictures and saying, wow, look at this, and this, that, and that. And these fans come up and they say, there's Tony Bruno. What are you doing here? And I'm saying the same thing you're doing here. I'm watching them build the new stadium for the 49ers. Little did we know that when they had that other Super Bowl 10 years, Super Bowl 50, that it was turned the wrong way. The sun was on the fans. All the technology, all the engineering at the disposal of the tech capital of the world. They got the stadium turned the wrong way for fans. They got planes flying over the wrong way. And then the internet didn't work. That was the one thing I know. Other than that, it was perfect. And I'm not knocking it, but when you think of the technology we have, that's the situation that makes it crazy.
Well, I mean, you've seen this oftentimes where somebody might be a fantastic architect, but they don't take real world things into consideration.
Like which way the sun sets in the afternoon.
Minor details like that.
It's like the window we have here. It's right above at certain times of the day.
Yeah.
But now that it's getting dark earlier, Robin, it's not going to be as bad.
We just need to put the blinds up, and we just haven't gotten to that yet.
Exactly. You know what the phone number is, right?
855-839-1210.
You don't have to sing everything, Robin.
It's easier to remember for people. I'm giving them like a little jingle. So
We
that
do
when
need
they...
a jingle like that. I agree.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we have AI. Robin can create that in 10 seconds.
I can. I don't have to be the one singing it, but those are the things. That way you can remember. You will remember it forever if it's in a jingle.
I want to do something here. I'm going to play this. Did I ask you for something else earlier? Because we had a bunch of videos I wanted to play. We got to play the San Francisco one. Yeah, the San Francisco one. Not because I want to make fun of San Francisco, because it hurts my heart to see that happening. And the fact that the elected leaders there are doing nothing about this. They got a new mayor. They recalled their mayor to put this guy, Daniel Lurie, in, who promised to clean up the streets. And then this is Halloween night in San Francisco, late at night. Most of the trick-or-treaters are gone. And in downtown San Francisco, this is Market Street, which used to have all the great stores. Like Market Street in Philly. Now Philly had, basically the hospitals are taking over all of the Market Street properties and building Jefferson and Penn and all the other stuff.
This is the part of Market Street where it's one block off of Union Square. It is the happening place. There used to be the biggest H&M store right there off of the BART station where we would go up the steps. There was like really, really high-end stores. This is where people would, spend hundreds of dollars when they would go on shopping trips.
Hundreds.
Thousands of dollars.
Billions of dollars.
And now all of this has turned to dreck because
of the drug situation.
And it's in the name of compassion. And let me tell you, if you hear anybody tell you that it is compassionate to help these people continue living in this type of situation because you don't want to round them up, you don't want to put them in institutions, you don't want to force them to do anything, it is not compassionate.
No, it's not.
It is not compassionate.
And Philly tried to do that at Broad and Mifflin, where we lived, with a drug center right there where there was a hospital right in our own neighborhood, and the people went out and protested it and shut it down. Now, Philadelphia, every city's got that drug neighborhood where where all the druggies hang out, and it's sad. But this in San Francisco is absolutely hard to believe that this just happened a couple of nights ago. And this gentleman named J.J. Smith, he's just a regular guy. He goes out, he doesn't bother anybody. He just walks around, takes video, and then posts it. So we're going to run the video. So if you're watching on YouTube, you'll hear the video, but you won't see anything. You have to see this, and hopefully you can watch it on YouTube later when it's up there.
Why don't you narrate it?
I will. I will tell you exactly what's going on. It's a long video. We'll just play a little meat of it. But if you're able to watch this, you'll see just how sad it's beyond sad. It's almost like a zombie movie. Let's go to the tape. So this is a late afternoon now. It's not dark yet. Is this the right video?
Yeah, this is actually, this one might be the early morning one, but same location.
Yeah, it's Market Street. You see, they have old Philadelphia trolleys there. You know?
They
buy trolleys from different cities on Market Street. But this was early. I don't know if this is the J.J. Smith one.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And
the one at the night one. Is that Henry Machette throwing a football on Market Street? He went to San Francisco to throw a ball 40 yards with all the junkies?
Well, here's the thing.
It's a big weekend.
This is not just like one or two people that you're seeing. This is this looks like hundreds of people that it just keeps going and going and going. There's people laying on the street completely passed out. They have that zombie stance.
No, the other video of the night
No,
one.
here they're coming. So there's that, I don't know exactly about what fentanyl causes people to have sort of that where they're like walking. They
Look,
haven't
there's
fallen
trash
down,
everywhere.
but
People are sleeping in trash. There's a dog missing a leg. It's
very,
a
very
hellscape.
disturbing.
It's
It
like
is.
this should not happen in any
There's
civilized.
excrements and toilet paper. If anybody used toilet paper, it's all over the place.
We know exactly where that is.
Yep.
And if you've been to San Francisco, you know exactly where that is. And you notice he's not talking. J.J. Smith is just walking around, and this is what he sees.
And Manglemush says the healthy-looking ones are the dealers, where the healthier ones, because they none of them look healthy.
No, Kensington is not worse than this. I can tell you.
It's about the same.
No, but there's more people here. Kensington is basically like one block area, or a couple of blocks max.
Right.
This goes on all the way up the street.
Here they are at night.
And
now.
they're out there 24/7. And by the way, the weather in San Francisco is not exact. Actually, this is the warmest time of the year in San Francisco in the fall. But you can see there's the dog with now this is when it's nighttime.
Yeah.
This is where it really, really, really. Look at the people wearing pajamas. There's a dog that has one leg missing. People are on the streets, on the ground. It's sad. They have nothing to eat. And then people go from all over the world or all over the country because they know they can go there and get dope and do it on the streets without any kind of help or any kind of plan.
It's horrendous. And I actually was listening to somebody that had, a lot of people were calling it a conspiracy theory, but it makes you kind of wonder, that all of these people are legal, or a lot of them are legal American citizens who have Social Security numbers. And this person was wondering if those people are technically voting. And
I don't know. They have a right to vote.
Well, but
I don't think voting is on the top of mind of most of these people, Robin.
But that's my point, Tony, is that this is another way to manipulate votes. Is if these people are shown to have voted when they are absolutely in no way capable form of being able to vote, if they actually are on the voting rolls, they can absolutely be used as voters for a certain demographic.
It's sad. It's sad to see that in any city, especially in the United States of America. But you don't see Gavin Newsom addressing this. You don't see Nancy Pelosi or Scott Wiener, who's the senator that represents that area.
I mean, in effect, these people are slowly killing themselves.
Yeah.
This is a slow suicide, and it would be like watching people jump off of a bridge and doing nothing about it. That's what this is. It's just slower.
But at least somebody could be there when somebody's jumping off a bridge. Here it's raining. You can see it's the street's wet. It's dirty.
But my point is that they are the liberal idea is to allow this and to give them a nicer way of doing it.
Gavin Newsom has spent more money on drug people and homeless people than anybody on earth.
Yes.
And it has gotten worse year after year after year.
What was the latest that I was reading that
this is on Market Street in San Francisco. That's exactly where it is.
That it was like something like $200,000 per person per year that is being spent on the homeless issue, something crazy like that. Because it's not just homelessness; it's the food, and then it's the medical attention that they supposedly are getting.
And people die every day. And you'll see stretchers coming, and they put them in. And nobody knows who they are. The family members don't know where they are. These people leave their families and go out there, and they're trapped. They're trapped in this world of addiction with no help. And then when they put them in apartments, those things get trashed.
Yeah.
So there's got to be some sort of, these people get paid to represent people with our tax dollars, and to allow people to live like that on the streets.
It's cruel.
Yeah.
It is absolutely cruel.
It is.
And I don't care if I'm sorry, but I think that we should be able to forcefully take them up the streets and put them through programs to get them clean.
Exactly. But that's what I look at and say, how is this happening in America in 2025? Anyway, we're going to take a break, come back. Was one other thing. The big story, in case you missed it, Nancy Pelosi saying she will not seek re-election in 2026. 85 years old. She's been 19 terms as a congresswoman in San Francisco, 38 years in politics.
And there was no gap. So she was never not
No, she was consistently elected.
Yeah.
Now, she wasn't Speaker of the House, obviously. When Trump won his first term, she wasn't the House Speaker. And then now with Trump, they put Hakeem Jeffries in there as the Speaker of the House, or he's the minority leader of the House, Hakeem Jeffries. We call him Timu Obama here. But anyway, enough about that. We're coming right back. We have open lines. If you want to call, get some stuff in here. And we'll tell you what the kids are doing on Election Day in Minnesota, one of my favorite places, Robin. We'll play that video, too, when we come back. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in for Dom on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
David DeFranco, and I became a client of Crash Proof in 2014. What led me to Crash Proof retirement was the crash in 2008. I lost $300,000 in my portfolio. And I made a promise to myself I would never let this happen again. And that's when I looked into Crash Proof. I've been very happy with it ever since. Never lost a dime, only ever gained. The interest you gain is more than enough to cover any inflation and expenses. Now that the stock market is up, it's the best time to come into Crash Proof because I enjoy the gains, but I don't have to worry about the losses. I have one thing a lot of people don't have: peace of mind. I sleep like a baby.
Secure your retirement future by scheduling an appointment or by registering for our next Crash Proof event at the William Penn Inn November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's that time of year again to replace your old...
Yeah. Beautiful. Well, people talk about, who watches sports now, what's the number. Obviously, the NFL is king in this country. And then you think, what's more popular, baseball or the NBA right now, Robin? What would you say?
I actually would have thought that it would have been the NBA, but I think I'm wrong.
Well, the numbers are in. Game 7 of the World Series drew 50% more viewers than Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
Wow.
And again, the Oklahoma City Thunder, great team. They got young superstars. So the Game 7 of the – and this is a good comparison because they're both Game 7s. So Oklahoma City's Game 7 win, 16.4 million people watched that Game 7 of the NBA Finals. The Dodgers, who are ruining baseball, 25.9 million people watched Game 7 of the World Series.
Wow.
Now, you can hate the Dodgers all you want. You can talk about, is Toronto another country? I believe the enemies to our north, and we're about to go on all-out war, and I believe Trump is sending troops in over the border as we speak. But 25.9 million. And you know what sells? Sizzle. They're both Game 7s. They're both the penultimate part of your career. You get all the way through a season and then the playoffs. You go to Game 7, you're thinking it's going to be. But the bottom line is Oklahoma City is still a small market team. And basketball fans will watch it because, it's the playoffs and they bet on it. But the fact that the Dodgers, who a lot of people don't like, but everybody wants to play for them now. The Dodgers are a destination like the Yankees used to be. Now everybody who wants to play is going to go and play for the Dodgers. They'll take a pay cut so they can win again. All right, let's go back to this is breaking news, Robin. So that's why I got it in.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Now we have somebody very interesting on the line right now.
How do you know she's very interesting?
Well, I would think that somebody that has been in as a judge for a while, and she is now a candidate running for the Pennsylvania Superior Court, has a lot of interesting stories to tell. Maria Batista is on the line.
Maria, how are you? Welcome. You're on 1210 WPHT.
It's great to be with you this afternoon. I'm doing well. I'm in northwestern Pennsylvania today. I went from Dauphin County to Clearfield County to Jefferson County, and I'm now going to Clarion County once I'm done speaking with all of you and your listeners.
Beautiful. So now which district do you represent? Which court? A Superior Court, you said, right?
I'm not a sitting judge right now. I am running for judge of the Pennsylvania Superior Court. That is a statewide court. It hears all of the criminal appeals from all Court of Common Pleas and most civil cases, including those involving families and children, your property rights, business matters, and so much more.
Can you remove Larry Krasner from office physically, bring down state troopers, whoever you have to bring down, and just burst into his office and then have him removed after the election when you win tomorrow?
Well, you know, there is an important district attorney race in Philadelphia right now, and, you know, people do want their community safe. The district attorney in your county is very important to uphold law and order and protect your community. So that is certainly up to your listeners and voters in the Philadelphia County area. But the Superior Court, what happens is what goes on in your Court of Common Pleas, if people believe there's been an error or something happened that they didn't believe was appropriate, they have a right to appeal that case, and it would go to the Superior Court. Most people don't realize there are 15 judges on this court, and most cases are heard by a panel of 3 of those judges, and depending on what 3 judges you get, it could impact the outcome of your case on appeal.
Awesome. Well, we wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Hope everybody listening out there supports you. And, you know, because we just want good people to go in and, you know, judges judge. That's what they do. You're lawyers. You understand the law. And that's all we want. We want judges. And now we use the judicial system to stop Trump from doing what he does. And there used to be a system in our government. You know, the president is the chief executive officer, and then you have judges can stop a president from doing his job. I don't know where we are anymore, but the bottom line is, you know, hopefully we get sanity back in our judicial system and people understand.
Well, the most important people have to realize is that in Pennsylvania, we still have a right to vote for our judges. Some states, they're appointed, just like you see at the federal level. So people have a right to pick those people that they believe are going to do what's right for all Pennsylvanians, regardless of party affiliation, to uphold our laws, like you said, our Pennsylvania and U.S. Constitution as intended, and do what's right in every single case. And I'm that candidate.
Well, thank you once again, Robin. What is your name?
Maria Batista.
Maria Batista. No relation to Batista. No relation to Batista the wrestler, right? David Batista.
No. A lot of people have asked me that, but no, not to my knowledge.
Well, good luck tomorrow. We really appreciate you checking in, and let's go to the polls.
Thank you for having me. And yes, I just would appreciate your listeners to go out and vote. I think it's very important for all of us.
I will be voting here on my patio tomorrow. Drinking having cocktails, and watching the results come in. All right.
Well,
thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow.
Too. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. This is we get a lot of people participating today.
A lot of people listening in and realizing that this, you know, they want their voices to be heard. And this show, normally with Dom and now with us filling in, you know, we want to let those people talk, and we want to hear from you out there, up there, in the trenches.
In the air, everywhere. People have been on the Facebook, on the YouTube chat, been mentioning Dennis Malloy, a great friend of mine who just retired recently, contacted us the other day, said, "Hey, you guys sound great on the air." Dennis and I work together, not on talk radio. We work together at WSNI with Don Cannon, myself, and Dennis Malloy. Dennis was a great impressionist. He would do all the voices. He was a genius, bright guy, then went into talk radio in New Jersey and dominated for decades and just recently retired. I wasn't able to make it up to his retirement ceremony, but Dennis, another one of the great guys I've had the fortune of working with, brilliant guy, so good at everything that he did. But thanks for checking in. He's awesome. He wanted to do a show with me. I said, I can't keep doing shows. I don't want to keep working. I got my neighbor pulling his boat out right in front of me.
Oh, whoops. I forgot to put my camera back on. But
Damn it, Robin. Put the mic. My boy Anthony, my next door neighbor from New York, he's out there flaunting it.
Yeah, Tony.
Takes his boat out on a beautiful afternoon, 77 degrees.
He's jonesing.
I am jonesing. So I'm ready to jump in and swim out there.
He catch anything yet?
I don't know. I was yelling out to him. Did you catch anything? I get my megaphone thing.
It looked like you were about to say, "Hey, you, get off my lawn."
No, I was saying, did you catch anything?
Okay.
That's what all kids used to say.
More likely, he's like, "Hey, come over here, pick me up after the show's done."
Exactly. I should go out for a boat ride.
Now, Tony, there's one last video that I found.
I wanted to play the one of Minnesota for Election Day tomorrow,
There's
Robin.
Two videos.
I've been pimping this since the show started.
Well, let's show this one first because the other one I think is going to cause some
Yeah, we don't want
conversation.
Well, we don't want confrontation. Conversation is
So
always
let's
good.
go to Minneapolis.
So let's see what the kids in Minnesota are doing a day before the election tomorrow. Were they celebrating the Vikings' victory over the Detroit Lions? No. They were celebrating not speaking English. Let's go to the tape.
Ilhan!
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. آدي aan ugu faraxsanahay caawa in xafladan oo dhammaan dadka iskugu wada yimideen aadi aan ugu faraxsanahay in maxaa la dhahaa ii sheeg Cumar Faatax aan u taageero inuu noo noqdo duqa magaalada Minneapolis. Kistoo yar Cumar aan la kaftamo kistoo waa ka maseersanahay aniga.
Well, like anybody's going to understand that. Ilhan Omar is pimping for
the guy
Omar
from the guy from Captain Phillips.
Yeah. So who's
running for
mayor of Minneapolis. They have an entire crowd, and this is not about integration. I mean,
no,
this is about
they're
taking
pledging
over.
their faith to Somalia when they're trying to run the city of Minneapolis. Listen, I have no problem with people who are in the country and relating to their constituents, but Minneapolis is not just all Muslim people.
Correct.
When you vote, when you're the mayor of Minneapolis, you represent the entire city, not just your constituents.
But they're even talking about how they're going to do everything that they can to support Somalia from Minneapolis. That's what they are saying. It's not
They're
about
pledging their loyalty to a foreign country.
It is not about let's make Minneapolis better. It is about let's make Minneapolis Somalia.
And when you're not even speaking to a big chunk of the population, you would think that Minneapolis is all Somalians. It's not.
No.
It's a big city. And I don't understand.
We were actually just...
The people will vote. You know, they're going to vote. I'm not going to tell them who to vote for. They're going to vote for whoever they think. By the way, the mayor, the incumbent, is a dork. He's this white little wimpy guy. Remember, he was kneeling during the whole George Floyd thing.
We were just talking to somebody from Minneapolis who's here helping us out with our boat and giving us
There's a lot of people from Minneapolis that come down
here. He gave us the bad news that the boat shot. But he was saying that the problem is that even more so than normal Americans, people from Minneapolis are super, super gracious and welcoming.
Yes, they are.
And it's true. But it also on the flip side, it makes them very easily susceptible to like not wanting to make waves, right? So they don't want to say that they want to be nice. And sometimes you can be too nice.
Listen, they'll vote for whoever they vote for, and they'll get the vote, the representation that they deserve. That's how it works. People vote. The person they elect, Zamdami in New York, if he wins, they'll have to deal with it. I don't know if these people are going to fail. I just know that what they stand for, again, I'm not anti-Somalian or anti-Islamophobic. I just think that when you can't speak English in an English-speaking country, in an English-speaking city, to try to attract votes of people who are not just in your particular race or particular religion or particular, it's just, well, that's true. Ipso facto says, think of the upside, though. They can't be pirates taking over tankers from Minneapolis. Well, they got 10,000 lakes up there. How do you know that those tankers up there in the Great Lakes, in the 10,000 lakes, are not going to be bringing in foreigners and taking over the world? Would they do the call of prayer on the lakes out there?
Yes, they will do it anywhere. And that's and the point is to show Americans that they have the upper hand. The only reason why, like if you go to other countries, people are the call to prayer. They do it. They don't do it out on the street. They don't do it in front of buses. They don't do it in front of traffic. They do that here in the United States because they want to prove that they have the upper hand.
Now, speaking of this, Robin, do we take a break or do we get Robin's story in here?
Let's take a break real quick.
And then we'll come back and we'll get Robin's story in
because
here.
this is, I think this should start a conversation. I love this.
I want to end the conversation, Robin. Rich Zioli is going to continue the conversation at the top of the hour.
We have a great dad story coming up here after the break.
Oh, you don't have to talk about me, Robin. I mean, I've talked enough about me. What do you want to know about me? That's what I want to know.
It ain't you.
It ain't me? I'm a good dad, Robin.
Yes.
All right.
But in this particular case, this is a different dad.
All right, we'll play that for you. Is it heartwarming or is it?
It's I think it's somewhat heartwarming to see. Yes.
All right. Well, that's what let's look for positives, uplifting, Robin. We want to lift you up. You know what I'm saying? We lift you up. Yeah, even Mary Tyler Moore wouldn't be able to work in Minnesota anymore. We're coming right back. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin for Dom, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
If you or someone you love worked around asbestos in construction, factories, or the military, you need to hear this. No amount of asbestos exposure is considered safe, and family history or overall health can raise the risk of mesothelioma. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com brings together oncology navigators and veteran specialists to help find the right doctors, sort out insurance, and connect you with clinical trials, home health, and emotional support, all at no cost to you. We can also help you secure financial assistance to help pay medical expenses. A diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but mesothelioma is not the same prognosis as it was years ago. There is help and hope. Visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1941. That's 800-681-1941. 800-681-1941.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Just in time for Thanksgiving, the Sit in Style sale is underway at Bucks County Estate Traders. Purchase a set of dining chairs and have them beautifully reupholstered for just $50 per chair, plus materials. Choose from hundreds of high-quality fabrics and let our in-house experts refresh your dining space with custom upholstery that fits your home's unique style. Bring new life to your dining room this holiday season. But hurry, the offer ends November 20th. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the Hatfield showroom today.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. hearingaids.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Voters hit the polls tomorrow for a big gubernatorial race in New Jersey and Supreme Court retention in Pennsylvania, among other key contests. The family of a middle school student attacked last spring with a travel mug while at school is suing the North Penn School District, and a judge has extended the block on National Guard deployment to Portland.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at Cardinal O'Hara High School in Springfield, Saturday, November 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Oh, I like this song. What is this?
I don't know. I don't recognize it.
Oh,
What is
really?
this, Henry?
This is Lakeshore Drive by Eliota Haynes Jeremiah.
I don't know this song. Oh, I know the song. Yeah, now once it starts. I didn't know the intro.
Oh, okay.
You know the song?
Yeah.
It's like a bar song, right?
Totally.
Crank it up. I just wanted just a taste. Yeah. I missed the blue light specials at Walmart. It was actually Kmart had the blue light special. Not the midnight special.
Speaking of retail stores,
Yes.
as you know, and we've talked about it many, many times, there's been a lot of shoplifting going on. And oftentimes it's young people, right?
Yep.
Under the age of 18 that don't even get a slap on the wrist. They just get sent home to mommy and daddy and nothing really happens. Well, this next video is freaking awesome. It is a dad who has said enough, and whose sons shoplifted some items from a CVS.
We know what city. You know where this is?
Do we know where it is?
I don't know, Robin. It's your story. You kept
I-
pimping this to me. Yes, we'll be back
I don't
tomorrow.
know if it said it in the tweet.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
it said it, but he.
It doesn't really matter.
His two boys look like they are maybe 12, 13, 14. So they're not like little kids. They're young enough. They're old enough to really get in trouble. And he brings them back to the CVS and forces them to apologize, return the items, and well, let's watch this.
Let's go to the tape. So they're walking into the CVS.
Yep, they're walking into the CVS,
and it's empty.
and he's videotaping all this, which
There's
is
nothing,
even.
nobody in there except there's a woman at the counter checking
They
out.
came in here and they stole. I apologize. They come in here and return the stuff that they just stole.
Okay.
And if you ever see them in here again, please kick them out or
Okay.
even call the police on them.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
My big manager is right there. if I need to.
Come on, go. I'll take it back and tell her you apologize. Come on.
Now, that's a great dad right
That
there.
is a great dad.
You apologize for stealing too, nigga. Both of y'all.
Whoops.
That needs to be bleeped out. Sorry about
Oh,
that.
doesn't he? He's saying it to his son.
I know.
No, he was stealing them. I found out he come to return them. If you ever see him in here again, can you please kick him out? Okay, will do. Without no parents? Apologize.
This is parenting. This is tough parenting. And let me tell you, I shoplifted when I was a little girl. My mother made me do the exact same thing. Did you ever have anything like this?
No. I didn't have any money. I didn't.
You didn't shoplift ever?
I shoplifted, but it wasn't like a big deal. I like a Lucy cigarette. We have to finish it up here, Robin.
Yes, we do.
And on that note, we want to thank everybody again today for joining us. It's been fun. We'll be back tomorrow. Dom is going to be back in the country. And we'll be here again tomorrow from noon to 3. So enjoy the day. Have a great, great Monday. We'll see you tomorrow. Election day. Go vote early, vote often. God bless America.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality.